Okay, good morning. I'd like to call back to order the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the fiscal year 2026-2027 departmental budget reviews. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Councilmember Kuli'i is on his way. So I guess all members are present except Councilmember Kuli'i, who's on his way. On the schedule today, we have the Department of Public Works operating budget, followed by public works projects contained in the CIP budget, if time permits. Following the department's introductory remarks and any questions on their synopsis, we'll be taking public works in the following order: admin, fiscal, engineering, building, auto maintenance, roads, wastewater, and solid waste. Please note that we do plan to recess the meeting at 11 o'clock for the swearing in of the police chief, and we'll return at 1 o'clock. We'll return at 1 o'clock. As we do each morning, we'll take public testimony at the beginning of the meeting. Is there anyone in the public wishing to testify? Seeing none. With that, we'll go right into our budget review discussion. I'd like to call up Department of Public Works to provide a brief overview. Then we'll entertain any questions regarding the department's budget and operation synopsis submittal, followed by questions relating to the operating budget details taken in order of the division.
Good morning, Troy Tanigawa, County Engineer. Morning, Council Chair Raposo, Vice Chair Cooley, and Council members. We forwarded our budget synopsis, which I anticipate you've already reviewed. That synopsis provides the department's strategy for fiscal year 2027 operating budget. Our strategy was based on the following principles: ensuring adequate manpower capability by funding current positions, enable operations staff with adequate training and appropriate resources, including equipment required for effective and efficient performance of duties, and funding for outsourcing services is necessary, and prioritizing regulatory compliance and safety, and finally, repairing and maintenance infrastructure for which we are responsible. What I'd like to do now is to review specific goals for completing for the coming fiscal year as follows. First one is to modernize and maintain critical county infrastructure. Goal is to improve the condition, reliability, and lifespan of county-owned infrastructure assets. How will it be accomplished? We implement funded improvement and repair projects for prioritized infrastructure items, conduct asset condition assessments to identify priority repair and replacement needs on other infrastructure items, implementing preventative and predictive maintenance schedules, implementing surveillance capability where appropriate as a deterrent for protection and follow-up against vandalism and theft, prioritizing capital improvement projects based on risk, service impact, and life cycle costs, and finally coordinating with capital planning and finance staff to align infrastructure needs with available funding. So some examples of this are we've expended over $86 million over the past 7 or so years on island-wide road resurfacing. By that effort, we accomplished paving of 255 lane miles. We're maintaining our bridges, both on system and off system, some examples are the Kolo and Kipu bridges that just got refurbished this year, completed this past year, and the replacement of New Malu and Anahola Landing Bridge. Both bridges are under construction now, with New Malu a little bit further along and should be completed next month. Refuse transfer station upgrades will improve the management of leachate and stormwater. And Wastewater management staff continue to utilize appropriations from operating CIP, SRF loans, and grants to address deferred maintenance of our wastewater treatment plants and collection systems. So that's goal 1. Second goal is to protect public and environmental health with reliable operations. Providing reliable, essential operations services that support health and compliance with environmental regulations and standards. How it will be accomplished? We will provide adequate resources to ensure essential operations are conducted according to applicable standards without disruption. Maintain routine inspections, testing, and system monitoring. Addressing deficiencies promptly to prevent service interruptions or health hazards. And incorporating health and safety considerations into infrastructure planning and maintenance decisions. I'll give you one example. Solid waste and wastewater management facility upgrades, replace antiquated equipment, and provide all-weather surfaces to reduce facility breakdowns and weather-related closures. Next goal is strengthening safety measures and emergency preparedness. We ensure infrastructure systems are resilient and capable of supporting emergency response and recovery efforts. An example of that is we have continued maintenance at areas that we've addressed wildfire hazards. This past year, our roads crew continued maintenance of the Kaikea property, mowing there, as well as the Nini Point property in front of Aokini. Another example is beyond addressing deferred maintenance, our staff design refuse transfer station facility upgrades to replace antiquated equipment. Next goal is to maintain full compliance with regulatory requirements. Our goal here is to ensure all county operations and infrastructure systems comply with federal, state, and local regulations. Okay, some examples, or an example of that is our solid waste and wastewater staff continue diligent work to ensure compliance with State Department of Health permits for operation of its various facilities. And all Department of Public Works divisions involved in construction and earth-moving maintenance projects also continue diligent work to comply with applicable environmental and regulatory requirements. Some examples are SMA permits where they apply and PDS permits for construction. We also want to improve service reliability and prescribed permit review processes through operational efficiency. The goal here is to deliver consistent, dependable services by improving and monitoring our internal processes and resource utilization, adjusting as appropriate. Example here is our building code development and enforcement manager participated in the state's Hawaii Speed Task Force, permitted it through participation in a permitted interaction group. The task and scope there was performed by the PIG to investigate all submitted recommendations and gather insights from subject matter experts and building code officials to strengthen the construction permit process and improve permit issuance time while maintaining strong protections for health and safety. And my last goal that I'll go through is support and develop a skilled workforce. The goal here is to ensure staff have the knowledge, training, tools, and resources needed to maintain infrastructure and systems to deliver reliable services. And examples to that are we continue to work with our HR department to develop training level staff to hire with the expectation for the employee to have the proper certifications they need for the regular position before the probationary period ends or expires. And this year, also we have building division staff who attended certification training. Our requested budget this year proposes to continue certification training for inspectors next fiscal year. I'll open it up to questions.
Yeah, I think keeping those goals in mind, it might be easier if we go through the different departments, because I'm sure we have questions that touch like all the different departments, and if we try to answer them now, we're going to be moving all over the place. So I think.
Can I ask them just on the overview?
Yep, Councilor Chair Raposo.
I guess the first question, thanks, Troy. What is the status of Niumalu and Anahola bridges?
So the New Malo Bridge is, the bridge is there. Everything is up. The final task is welding the cross pieces to the girders. That has to be done so the bridge doesn't move and get off center. From what I understand, there were 400 plus welding points needed. The engineers took a look at it. They were able to narrow down that number to, I think, about 200, or basically cut it in half. The reason why it became a problem is because the old super ferry ramp, I guess during its time that it was up on the docks, the sections warped, so it was very uneven. There were different spacings between those cross pieces and the girders. So they had to go back, take it back and look at and see how that could best be done without introducing varying types of forces on the girders themselves that could cause cracking of the members.
How much did we spend on that States bridge or ramp?
I believe it was less than 100,000. Much less.
I mean, wouldn't it have been cheaper just to go with a prefab bridge? I was concerned about that when
now,
the ramp was up.
In hindsight, we see all these things that come up. It's truly the devil is in the details. It appeared to be a really excellent idea because it's a prefab deck, the way it is. But with all the different things that we had to go through, it added.
What is the cost now? What is your estimated cost for that bridge replacement?
I have to defer to engineering for that.
Okay, well, we'll wait for them.
Yeah.
And Anahola?
So Anahola,
I remember Kipukai and I had sent one letter probably 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, something like that.
I send a letter every 3 months.
Yeah, and I thought we were assured that it was going to be done shortly. And
so it's under construction. That one also ran into some issues. There are micro piles that are used in the construction of the abutments, and there were some issues that came up with that. So working through all the details again, engineering has all that information.
okay, so you don't know what the time frame is? We can get that from engineering?
That should be that should be happening fairly soon too, or completing it fairly soon too.
Your
We are
fairly
using
soon might be
prefab.
different from my fairly soon, so.
The last thing I saw said 8 months.
I don't want to give any dates, but I'll say that we're close to the finish line.
Okay.
Just follow up on that. So, New Malu 1 month? What? Not
I'd
on a
say
month?
we'll be done
Month or
next
two?
month.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Cowden.
I just have a broad question just about, the difficulty in recruiting and retaining personnel, particularly engineers. Can you just speak to, it looks like it's more than just, any one department. Is it pretty much across the departments? I mean, is it just the engineers or is it everybody?
I'd say there are spots in every department or every division in Public Works. For example, our auto shop is experiencing hardship finding qualified mechanics, heavy equipment mechanics. And so we started a program with help from our Human Resources Department to recruit on a lower level where employees or applicants didn't have to have a CDL license, but still had to have mechanic training and certifications appropriate to the position. That we continue to have challenges because a lot of applicants are concerned with working on our refuse trucks because of the contamination, or how much
Health
residue
issue?
it has, as it went through its days. So we're hoping that with our transfer station, our current construction projects where we're installing wash racks, more frequent maintenance will occur where we have, we can have equipment that have less residue and the undesirable kind of conditions that we've had in the past.
So last year, we talked about no lunch overtime. So is that applied a decent amount in Public Works? We put that in a few different departments.
Yeah, I'll have to refer to our.
Okay, because I'm wondering if that helps, because how much of it is just the lack of the people being here or not enough pay?
The department's been able to, benefit from a lot of different things that the administration has come up with to, I guess, sweeten the pot, so to speak. Paid medical, was a huge thing. From what I understand, that's helped us. But we have to continue working on things to get creative.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cooley.
I might have missed it, you may have said it, but in looking at all the different funds and the operating, right? The line item for vehicle equipment lease, for general funds, it goes down 97,000. For highway fund, it goes down 952,000, almost $1 million. And then for the solid waste fund is up 1.5 million, and then for sewer fund up 1.1 million. Did you say, and I see a comment here that there's outright purchases for heavy equipment, and then also equipment increase due for needs for additional and replacement equipment. Does any of it where the fund expenditure went down from general fund and highway fund mean that you moved the expense over to the solid waste, the sewer fund and the other fund? I think it would have been interesting because you give us these broad numbers, right, from operations. If you made a broad summary of what all happened with that, because it's pretty significant amounts of money. And I know we'll probably see the details department by department, but I'm just wondering if you might have made an overall statement that I missed about anything more than what I just read.
Okay, I can help clarify. We've had a drop in equipment being purchased because, we're able to successfully purchase, budget for, and then contract for the purchase of pieces of equipment. And they vary from division to division. Solid waste seems to have the highest demand for equipment because we have everything from trucks, regular tractor trucks, to refuse collection trucks, transfer trailers. All of those are big ticket items that require constant replacement. This year, because we have the transfer station renovations, that are changing from rear load type to top load, our budget this year will reflect purchase of additional top load trailers, and we're phasing out the rear loading type trailers. So that's why you have a bigger amount for solid waste.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, one
Council
more
Chair
question.
Raposo.
Thank you. This is on page 10 of your presentation. This is an issue that comes up every year, and it's the sick leave abuse. And I know you said the division has struggled to identify sufficient pattern behavior. And I can't remember, I think it was maybe 2 budgets ago, or maybe even the one before that we talked about this. And I asked if you had been in contact with the union, because I had, even recently, it's spoken with the union representatives, and, you know, they're more than willing to work with the county to address this issue. So my question is, have you been working with them to address this issue? It is a big issue, because I'm sure I'm not the only council member that's hearing it from employees that are not abusing sick leave about those that are. Have we been working with the union to come up with a cooperative plan to deal with this?
We continued discussion where we see it, you know, in specific divisions. You know, we've continued discussions with them. I think what we haven't been able to come up with the encompassing sick leave policy that has been adopted for the whole division. I think we have to do it for the entire department. But
Yeah, I mean,
what we're hoping is, you know, the Human Resources Department has come up with this sick leave buyback program that we're hoping more employees.
But Troy, that hasn't worked, Troy. This buyback program, which I really didn't support to begin with, but that hasn't worked.
I'm not sure how many people or how many employees know enough about it. We're trying to get you know, more information out so people understand how it works. But I think it's that type of thing that is going to help take, you know, chunks out of.
Yeah, I mean, it's a treatment of the symptom, but the problem is the abuse, and that is why it's at every budget we go through this, and every budget I tell you the same thing, is that the union is ready and willing to work with you, but we gotta work with them. What's happening is there's two big problems with that. One is obviously the shortages, which create enormous overtime costs, and you actually you know, explained that in your presentation. But the other part is the morale of those that are not abusing sick leave, which is what we're hearing, or I am. I'm not going to speak for the rest. I got to believe that they're hearing it too. And the fact is, we don't do anything. So I would ask you, Troy, to reach out to the UPW and even in some cases HGA, and please try to get something going, because it has to be curbed. And you know, I read the UPW contract. It's very clear and it's not that difficult to implement. And if we can get a partnership with the union itself, I can see improvements will happen. So I just ask again, please try work on that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Troy.
Councilmember Carvalho.
In addition, Troy, just an overview of the transfer stations, which kind of ties in overall, but from Lihue to Kapa'a to Hanalea, and just the overview, because I know the Kapa'a one, we just had the blessing, and then Hanalea, so I just wanted to make sure the timelines overall, and then just an update on that part, because the deflector plates and some of the other things are still not at the Lihue one, right?
That's correct. The deflector plates, from what I understand, they're close to getting those deflector plates installed at Lihue. Kapa'a is a little bit ways away, but that's also being worked on. You know, it should be coming up, you know, fairly soon too. I don't have the exact timelines, but I think Solid Waste has a little bit more detail about it.
In overview, okay.
Yeah, they can give it over.
And just one more, it's a follow-up. It's really about on the improvements of the transfer station. By the way, Kapa'a is beautiful.
Yeah.
You guys did a great job with redoing that place. That is really nice. I'm sure you heard, and maybe this is best asked when solid waste comes up, but you know the issue with the 8-foot versus 10-foot trailers.
Yeah.
That is another critical concern, I think. Is it specific to the size of the trailer, or is it the weight of what's inside? Because I know the statute or the ordinance is, you know, there's a weight limit that you can drop. But the complaint I'm hearing is you have all these people that bought these Costco trailers that are 10 feet. And even if they are not meeting the weight require or restriction, they're being told you cannot come up here. Is and I know I got a response from Allison, and it was kind of safety and the ordinance, but is there any way that we can make accommodations for those 10-foot trailers that are not over the weight limit?
Yeah, but first of all, I want to just acknowledge the staff. Our solid waste staff worked with Keith Perry from our mayor's office, and they did an excellent job getting the contractors on site and working through the steps to get to where they were. We're really proud of what they were able to do. We had looked at maximizing the amount of space that we had on property so we could get trailers in. And unfortunately, the 10-foot trailers present some kind of an issue. It's getting to the drop site properly aligned so they can discharge what they have. 2 feet make a difference there at the site. Some of the other sites like Hanapepe, maybe not so much. I think Lihui is kind of cramped too. And so, aside from the spatial issues, the larger trailers have a tendency to, maybe get abused and exceed the weight capacity that's in the ordinance, which is 3/4 ton. And so, we're trying to look at ways that we can possibly avoid people from having to buy new trailers, have the trailers converted. But that just brings us right back to the spatial issue. That it'll be difficult and potentially unsafe.
So are we allowing the 10-foot trailers in the at the facilities that are not spatially challenged, I guess is the word? Like you said, I think Hanapepe. Are we allowing the 10-footers or?
They have been in the past, but we're trying to be consistent with all of our facilities to minimize confusion. At the landfill, the trailers can be 10 feet. It can be bigger trailers, but we try to be consistent. We're going to want to try to be consistent at the transfer stations.
Okay, so the 8-foot would be the max at all transfer stations.
That's what we're arriving at this point.
I just need to know what to tell the people. That's all.
Yeah, and I really sympathize with the guys who already have trailers, but I think we were able to serve the large majority of the public and continue with the convenience, the transfer stations. Unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to be able to accommodate anything above 8 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holland?
Just because it came up, I do want to follow up on that. I've also been in conversation with Allison a little bit about that. There are a lot of really upset people that just bought trailers that are thousands of dollars that can't use their trailer. And I just want it to be really clear that it's going to exacerbate illegal dumping. Yeah. And so when I did my constituent survey recently, it was the #1 environmental concern that came back was the illegal dumping, trash, abandoned vehicles, and dumping. But because we are in this environmental crisis with CRB, the more that we have, and I was out in Hyanna yesterday with the community talking about CRB and their concerns out there. There's no way that these guys are going to drive their stuff to Moloa if they can't go to Princeville, especially from Hyanna. We're already dealing with the illegal dumping along Powerline or Powerhouse Road and around some of these areas. And I'm trying to work with the community to not push those illegal dumping out to a place where we don't know where it is and try to treat and steam those existing piles and kind of like work to our benefit of it. But we really do need to come up with some sort of, at least for the green waste trailer side of things, like talking about the green waste dumping, we're going to have to come up with solutions. And I don't know if that's providing a place in Hyanna where we can take green waste and then manage it or something, but especially the extremities of like people having to drive to only Puhi or Moloa for the green waste is extremely problematic. And it's just not going to force people into doing the right thing. And so I'm genuinely pretty concerned about the effects that we're going to see because I've had a lot of emails about the concerns with the trailer. And I know that it's a spatial thing, and maybe we have to think in the future about how we can adjust that. But in the interim, when we do get our curtain burner, we might want to be having like drop off picks to try to encourage people. And the other thing I brought out is that if all these people are going to be doing illegal dumping, we'll be losing whatever money we would have received from that dumping anyway, because they're just going to be dumping it in the bushes. And so it's just something to think about. I'm not asking for, a solution right now, but it's definitely an issue.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to second that. I'm hearing the very same thing. And Kilauea used to have a huge dumping problem, and we've finally gotten rid of it. And just asking for it to return.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we'll move into the budget. We'll start with the admin budget. Any questions on the admin budget?
I have a
Councilmember
simple
Cowden.
one. The increase in the salaries is pretty significant. Is that because we've filled some positions that weren't filled before? And I know we gave a raise, but yeah, it seemed to move up quite a bit.
Yeah, I believe the salaries are budgeted according to collective bargaining requirements.
So it's not like we got anybody new. It's just the increase.
Yep.
I have a question. So, I don't usually see money in. What is 1,000 for commodities? Other commodities? I don't usually see that line item used much. The admin budget has $1,000 in other commodities.
Michael Tressler, Public Works. I think that line item was added in for non-union, non-operational employees for equipment and so forth, work boots, raincoats, other equipment.
Councilmember Cowden.
The $100,000 grant and aid, is that for CRB? The $100,000 grant and aid?
Yes.
That's CRB.
No. East-West Soil and Water Conservation.
Okay.
Councilmember Cooley.
It is East-West Soil and Water or whatever. That's a nonprofit?
Yes, yes it is.
And this is a grant and aid, so it's not a grant program that's available to different entities. It's it's a non-competitive grant because they specifically do the work to help that department.
Yes. So historically, that organization has been working with the federal government, state government, and county, and it really helps our farmers obtain exemptions from the grading and grading permits. So they play a very key role in that.
So you have that one vacant position, but it's dollar funded, so that's fine. But on the positions, these three positions near the bottom, the position 826, Executive Assistant, CIP Manager, E24, Program Admin Officer, CIP Analyst, and 1525, Program Admin Officer 1. So those two have the same title. Varied salary range. The one at the bottom is lower and the other ones is more similar. Maybe you don't have to say it all now, but can you follow up and explain to me what the difference between those three positions are?
Can you say again? Sorry. 1525, E24, and what is the third one?
E26. I noticed, so the one in the middle, E24, I guess guess because it has the E, that means it's appointed, but the other 826 and 5025, that means those are regular positions, right? What's it called? Exempt civil service. I mean, it might be more to explain, so either give a brief overview or just follow up.
Okay, we'll follow up.
Okay.
Any other questions on the admin budget?
No, that's it.
Not, we'll move on to fiscal. Any questions for the fiscal budget? There only item that was had what little significance was 6,000 for computer replacement. Councilmember Cloud, any other question?
Yeah, in fiscal, like, is this the area where we might be applying for grants? Do we apply for many grants in public works? Do we have federal grants or anything we work towards getting?
Councilmember Colvin, this division does not apply for grants, but we do obtain grants in a couple programs. One of the largest is the Federal Highways grant program that goes through the STIP program of the state. So we don't necessarily apply for grants. I think we work in conjunction, our engineering group, with planning sometimes to go after federal funds. And we have a couple really successful examples, like the Tiger Grant for Lihui upgrades, and then the Kaua or the Poipu project that's happening as well. So.
Because when we go to National Association of Counties, a lot of times we are, and I'm always looking for infrastructure opportunities. So I know there are different federal grants out there. So, and I know that we do get some. So I really want to applaud, for example, the Roads Division, when we have gotten, we've gotten about 3 significant federal grants that I can think of in the past 8 to 10 years. I'm just wondering, do we have anybody in these positions that just goes, okay, let's look to help the different departments?
Yeah, it's not roads. It's a combination of the administration, the leadership in public works, engineering, and planning. Anyway,
so we do have somebody who's looking to and applying for those grants, especially like with solid waste and wastewater. I mean, it seems like we really need them in that area. I just don't know if we have anybody assigned to that task.
Each division does some investigating, and we also have assistance from the mayor's office with earmarks. So we get some exposure of what's available from consultants, that they get involved with folks in Washington.
Okay.
Any other questions for fiscal? Now we'll move on to engineering. Councilmember Quilly.
On the master page, 170 on the bottom, 114 on the top, where we list all the positions. We only have 4 vacant positions in engineering. Top one says civil engineer 6, manager, vacant 129 days, but interviews are scheduled. The next one, more than halfway down the bottom, 1445, civil engineer 1, vacant 74 days. The salary looks like on the lower end of the range, so you must be trying to recruit somebody. It says continuous recruitment. I'm wondering if if, because it's on continuous recruitment, does that mean this will be a relatively easy position to fill, or will it be difficult? Or do you potentially could be filling it from in-house? One 445, civil engineer 1, vacant 74 days, budgeted at 69,000.
Good morning, members of council, chair, members of council. Michael Knoll, Chief of Engineering, for the record. Yes, so we have been recruiting for our vacant positions. We've been pretty successful over the last year. We've hired 4 civil engineers and 1 engineering support tech since last year when we were here talking to you about this. We did have some staff leave, 2 retired, 2 departed, so we're a little bit ahead of where we were, but we do have some vacancies still. These 2 positions that Councilmember Cooley is asking about, one, the civil engineer 6 manager position, there is an offer pending right now for that. We've been recruiting for that. Had successful interviews and more than 1 qualified candidate, and an offer is pending for the top qualified candidate. The civil engineer 1 position that's vacant, also we are recruiting for that position. As you mentioned, Councilmember Cooley, all the civil engineer positions are on continuous recruitment, in part because for the most part, us in water, there may other divisions, wastewater may occasionally hire an engineer as well, have vacancies. So this position has been on continuous recruitment since I've been here, pretty much. But we have been successful lately. We do have an offer pending for that civil engineer 1 position as well. So we interviewed a candidate with some Kauai ties and have an offer pending on that one. Generally speaking, we work with HR to interview any candidates that come available on those
The final
continuous
position,
recruited positions.
Yeah. The final position is the engineering support tech 3 that you're moving to finance, to real property. Can you say a little bit about the reason for the move?
Yeah, so we have a meeting pending in the next week or so with the finance department to finalize the discussions on that. That position, one of the primary functions has been to do the addressing for the county. The incumbent retired last year, and that function is one that we've been working towards making more electronic in GIS. And so the discussions are at this point about moving that to be a GIS analyst position that would do that function plus potentially other functions. And so that's kind of the answer there. There may be other.
All right, thank you.
That's it, really. Thank you.
Councilmember Cowden.
I have a follow-up. You said the person that you're making an offer to has Kauai roots. Is most of our applicants applying from off-island?
We get a mix. Some applicants apply from off-island, like they might be on Oahu, but have Kauai connections of some sort. They grew up here, or they have family that's here, married to someone who's here. Some applicants grew up here, moved to Oahu, want to come back. Some applicants are on the mainland and apply. There's applicants that are here that are working in some other job here on Kauai that aren't from here but are here already.
Yeah.
So we get a mix, honestly, and it really depends what we get. I'd say, I'll talk about our rather than our future hires, our last hires, our recent hires, the 5 hires that we had over the last year. 3 of them were already here. 1 person had lived here previously and wanted to move back. And then the last one came from the mainland fresh, but wanted to move to Kauai.
Okay. My curiosity is just about how we house them and what is the difficulty. It seems to be a chronic problem, and so just trying to understand how we address it. So thank you for that information.
Yeah, we struggle with it. We've definitely had past situations where we made offers to people that couldn't find housing and didn't take a job or just otherwise realized it was too expensive to live here. It's an issue. We all deal with it. I think it's an issue island-wide for lots of employers and certainly other county departments and divisions. We've been fortunate over the last year. The salary increases that were agreed to with HGEA for engineers significantly has helped, I think, in recruitment and retention. As we mentioned, we did lose some staff, but the two engineers that left, one left for a management position also here on Kauai with DOT, and the other moved out of the country. So
Yeah.
we've been pretty successful with folks who want to.
So with the HGEA increase, that isn't doing the no lunch overtime. We were able to just negotiate a higher rate.
Yes, it was a supplemental agreement with HGEA for engineering positions, similar to what the city and county did and the state of Hawaii did with engineers.
Okay, because I know it's been a long-running problem.
Yes.
Council Chair Bozo.
Yeah, and I don't know if I noticed this before, but I noticed on the engineer position starts with an EN. Is that a separate collective bargaining class that was created for engineers?
That is part of that supplemental agreement that we were just discussing. That EN is the for engineers. It's not a bargaining class per se. HR could probably answer these questions better than me, but
They are civil service though.
They're civil service. The payment classes are different.
Okay.
Rather than SR, they're EN because of that supplemental agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holland.
Is this where the costs are reflected for the permitting process for building? In the, like, just the labor time costs are reflected in here?
So for, engineering division does handle some building permit reviews. Building division obviously is a separate division and they'll have their own costs. A portion of engineering division is our regulatory and construction compliance section. And that role is related to reviews of building permits, reviews of grading permits, review of grubbing and stockpile permits, reviewing the plans for all those things, approving those plans, and then inspecting work, at least with respect to the engineering work. We don't do a lot of building inspections except for to check flood control issues for the most part.
And that's all reflected in salary, really, because it's work. Like, there's not independent costs broken out for any of that, right?
Not within engineering division. We have our you see our supplies and things like that. Those are used for various things. They're relatively small if you look at our budget. Just things related to us doing our work.
If we wanted to add a small cost, maybe like $10,000 or so, to some sort of program that would rapidly speed up that process for review, is that something that would be reflected and able to be spent over the next year? I'm just trying to think ahead because I've got a meeting organized with a bunch of y'all to see this program that may rapidly improve our turnaround for building permits, and I'm just wondering if that would be something we could be able to, within existing funds, support.
That would, for building permits specifically, that would be a question really for building division and the administration, public works administration, rather than engineering division. We do handle that. I mean, we're one of many agencies and entities that review building permits, and we continually try to make sure we're doing those quickly and get calls from building division if something's not getting reviewed quickly, and we try to make sure those are getting done.
I'm just excited that this program might really change the game for us a little bit, and then allow more inspection time, more capacity within existing personnel to dive farther than we get. So thank you.
Any other questions for engineering? Councilmember Cooley, your mic.
One thing that sort of jumps out at me.
Mike.
One thing that sort of jumps out at me is the top two positions, 1425 and 1431. Now, right now, we just talked about 1431 is about to be filled. You have interviews scheduled. But the gap between those two positions, they're both civil service positions, or, exempt? What does EM mean? I thought some of them are EX.
EM is excluded managerial.
Managerial. But, and kind of like standalone positions, they're not in a bargaining unit or anything, or are they?
That's correct. They're not in a bargaining unit.
No, confidential.
They're excluded from bargaining unit.
So there's like a $70,000 gap between those two positions. Is that just how it exists in the civil service system? Seems like a huge gap.
So if you look down the list, further down, you see position 1061. That's another civil six manager. And the way it works, and HR can answer these questions perhaps more than I can, but The way it works is that there's different ranges for the different classes. You see the EM7 versus EM5. The ranges are different, obviously. And then where they are within that range depends on their level of the specific employees' years of experience working in engineering and beyond the minimum qualifications for the position. So if you look at the two civil engineering managers, 1431 and 1061, those numbers I believe were based on the actually I'm not sure, I'm not going to say what 1431, I'm not sure how that's based now, but with the previous incumbent in 1431, that person did have a notably lower salary than the other civil engineering manager because their level of experience after the meeting minimum qualifications was notably lower, and so their salary was lower.
And then realizing that some of the salaries, when they seem super, high, inflated, that it could be somebody that's been around for a long time. If you were anticipating any retirements, you would tell us, and potentially you would budget at a lower level if you would be hiring a new person at a lower level. Yes?
I don't know that we typically do that, but we are not anticipating.
You're not
in the next
if
couple
you
of
were.
years at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for engineering? If not, we'll move on. Next up is building. Do you have any questions for building?
Maybe a quick one.
Councilmember Cody.
On page 175 on the bottom, 117 on the top, just the one vacant position. It's been vacant 1001, code enforcement and permit operating clerk. Vacant 134 days. So, no, 4 months or 5 months. A lower level position. Is this a easy to fill position? And I know you said interviews are scheduled, but we expect to fill them right away?
Good morning, Council Chair, members of the Council. For the record, Leolyn Escalona. The position that you refer to, position 1001, has been filled, and the applicant will start April 1st.
Right on.
Oh, great.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other questions for building? Councilmember Holland.
I'm just going to follow up on that permit program thing. Do we have the funding to be flexible with something like that if it ends up working for us? This hopeful, it's kind of like a prompt AI search program that we're going to do a demo on that would really fast track a lot of the reviews on building and shoot out needed changes like right away and stuff like that. So it's going to be a collaborative. We're having a meeting with water, you guys, and then planning to see like collectively how this could speed up our processes to identify changes that have to be made in permits. And I'm just wondering if that's something, where that money would come from, or if we should allocate a little bit of software.
Okay, so our electronic plan review is provided by Project Docs Evolve.
Okay.
We're currently looking at a software upgrade to version 9.5, which the TLS also has an AI component. So, I mean, we haven't really seen any demonstrations yet, but of course, we're obviously very interested in other platforms.
And if we have to pull money out, we can for that? It's somewhere within this for like a cost for the purchase of software like that, or?
Well, we already have funding allocated for software upgrades.
Okay.
But we would need to see what that would look like and the cost.
Okay, thank you. What is that reflected under?
I believe it's in our revolving funds.
Okay.
Which you would not see.
Okay,
on this.
cool. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Cowden.
I have a simple question. It's pretty evident that you guys have gotten repaired from the flooding that we had. Haven't actually seen the improved building permit. I should come over there sometime and see it. Are you all back together? Is building and engineering all happy in their new home after we had tear the whole office apart?
Well, I can speak for building division. We're all settled in and we're all back in one place.
And things are functioning much more easily as a result?
Yes.
And the staff is happier?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I know that was a pretty big hardship, how everybody was all struggling, in the conference room. So hoping that productivity is gotten stronger and that when we're talking about the importance of permitting, no doubt that had to have added to it. But so that the flow is better?
I believe so. Our entry-level positions has always been a challenge to fill. But we recently interviewed, and we have one suitable candidate that we will accept an offer.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for building? If not, we'll move on to auto maintenance. And we're on auto maintenance general fund first, then we'll go to auto maintenance highway fund. It should all be in order in our binder. Then I'll go auto maintenance solid waste fund and auto maintenance sewer fund.
I just have
Also
one,
Chair Raposo.
I just have one question, and it's kind of a broad question for all departments, but I just want to make sure that we're, addressing the rising cost of fuel, because I don't know when this budget was prepared, but I guarantee the price was low. I'm not sure what price per gallon you guys are using for your formula, but I'm sure we'll be over $6 a gallon very soon, and I don't know how long this is going to last, but have we made that adjustments to the budget? So, and again, this is for all the departments, but I'm just curious if we in our formula, what dollar per gallon do we use?
Good morning, Council.
Ready?
Good morning.
I don't have a dollar.
Oh, Russell, you gotta state your name for the record. Just
Hi, Russell Izuma, Auto Shop. I can't give you a definite number, price per gallon, no, since the price went up.
Yeah, I mean, but when we budget I'm assuming that we take how many miles or how many gallons we would need and put a dollar figure to that.
I think it was 15% per year. I go up on the fuel budget, roughly on the total budget, yeah, for gas and diesel.
Okay. So that's probably might have to be adjusted in the supplemental, just because the gas prices have been going up.
I gotta go figures.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Russell. Thank you.
Councilmember Calvin?
Might be on, let me know if it needs to be on a different page. We're on admin, right?
We're on auto maintenance.
Auto maintenance.
General fund.
General fund. I think that we need to be buying another place to expand the maintenance area. That's been there since 1971, is that correct?
Yes,
It looks pretty small for what we need.
it is
So,
small for the fleet.
It's small for what we need. So what do we have in the plans for getting more auto maintenance area? Because I think if something happens to you guys, I brought this up last budget, is you're such an important nexus. If you guys can't get your work done, it can really constrain all aspects of our county, not even just public works. So I really feel anxious that we need to be looking for another place, and we need to be thinking about expansion, and I don't really see that in the CIP. Did I miss it? But I mean, are we thinking about that, getting bigger?
Yes, we are. And we're actively engaged in looking at a piece of property. There's some due diligence that has to be done, so we're looking into that right now.
We'll talk about the CIP later, but is that somewhere in the CIP?
I'm not certain if it's reflected there right now.
Okay, because I didn't see it, and I think that we've got to get that going.
Yeah, but we are actively looking.
Okay.
Any other questions from the members?
Um,
Councilmember Cooley?
Yeah, on page 251, the positions.
Oh, okay, any more questions on the general, auto maintenance general fund?
Which general fund?
We're on page 181. That's the page
181, sorry. I made the mistake of taking this out of the binder.
I don't, just double check. I checked the past budget, and it's, you don't have to get back to me, but, there were two, different leased items for, it was fourth year out of fifth. And then this year, we only have one item, fifth year out of fifth, so just double check that, we paid off one of the,
The automobiles, I think the 5 automobiles on the bottom,
yeah,
it's on the third or the fifth. And then the top two on that, 301 and 457, what was the numbers?
at, 301,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's an equipment number, it's not an
oh,
automobile number.
222, 061, 185, 186, 163.
Yeah, those are on the third year. Yeah. Those are on the third year. Out of
Oh.
5, yeah.
Yeah, because that one's not in here, yeah.
Yeah.
181, the leased area, the leased vehicle, the leased. There was another one, in the prior year, that was fourth year out of fifth year. Out of anticipated seeing it here, unless it was paid off early, yeah. I can send the question through, to just double check, just make sure we didn't miss a lease in the budget, because then we're gonna end up having to put more money back in. Any further questions on the general fund? We'll move on to the highway fund.
It's 249 then.
Yeah. 249, 250, 251. Councilmember Cooley.
So on 251, where all the positions are, still no luck with all the additional efforts by HR, creating training positions. It looks like heavy vehicle and construction equipment mechanic trainee, 1340, vacant 318 days, 1339, vacant 1,779 days, and then the one at level 1, similar, half of that, 641 days, and then the auto mechanic, 2 of those. So still like 6 positions. You have more vacancies in mechanics than you have filled. So I'm sure you guys are struggling. But 3 of those positions, mechanic 1, heavy equipment mechanic 1, auto mechanic 1, and heavy mechanic trainee, 3 of them that were vacant the longest, all of them over 2 years, maybe even over 3 years, were half funded, partial funded last budget, and it looks like you're fully funding them in this budget. Maybe it's just something they missed and it'll come out differently in the next round, or has something changed and now we think we're going to fill these positions?
No, we're on continuous recruitment for,
Yeah, the vacancy report says continuous recruitment, no qualified applicants for pretty much most of the positions I mentioned, except one of them, the auto mechanic 1, 988 days vacant, just says no recent activity with HR. So I'm just thinking, obviously this is a continued overall big problem, and then maybe we'll hear, we can get follow-up from HR, and are things changing? Are they going to try something else? Because potentially these problems shouldn't be fully funded. At least maybe 2 or 3 of the 6, even if we were, we were able to fill some of them, we probably won't be able to fill all of them.
Yeah, thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a follow-up along the same lines. I mean, every year we have a hard time finding these positions. I mean, it's a trade skill. I don't think KCC has these classes anymore. Where do we see the future in us continuing to do this, or is there like other things we can do, contract out or something, where we can get things moving through there? It's always a difficult position to fill. I'm sure our positions to fill, Russell.
I've been contracting out some of the equipment to alleviate the workload on the refuse side, yeah. And I've been going out on my own time for the past 6 months, talking to mechanics in the field for private companies, if you like, come work for the county. And most of the responses is when he talking about the heavy side is the refuse. Yeah? They don't like work on the rubbish trucks. So I told him, well, if you change your mind, give me a call.
Yeah.
But that's the number one complaint. They don't like work on rubbish trucks anymore. Nobody like get dirty anymore. I still go out and.
Is it just because of the smell of the refuse truck, or?
It's just the nature of 2026, 2020. Where we're at, basically, is like they're getting spoiled about. They're not old school, I guess.
I assume that type of job is a dirty job.
And the salary is not an issue for that?
What's that?
The salary isn't the issue for that, like how much they're getting paid? It's.
I think it's comparable to the outside now. It might be a little bit. If anything, it'll be comparable or to the low end on private sector.
Okay.
They don't look at the benefits, I guess, if they come work for the county and stuff. But
Yeah.
I explain all that to them when I go out on my own, talking to mechanics that I know that can make it in a shop, but
Right.
it's just the rubbish truck scares them, I guess.
I have a follow-up and a different question. My understanding with the rubbish trucks is more, what scares them is the mix and the leachate, right? They have no idea what kind of chemicals will come together in whatever way, because different things all get dumped into those trucks.
Yeah, you don't.
You have no
correct.
idea what the mix is, right?
Yeah,
So
you're
what
correct.
they're scared of is cancer and health issues.
You
Is
can
that
get
correct?
anything.
They can get anything, so they could have bacterial. Do we have any kind of personal protection equipment for them?
Oh yeah, they have all the PPEs.
Nice.
And yet, okay, so that's my other question is, I ask this every year about training. When we have the dollar funded in the training field, I don't understand why that is. It seems that if we were to be putting more emphasis on the training, I know you get most of the training, but perhaps if we were bringing people on and they knew that they were going to get significant training funded, that builds their capacity for whatever they're doing in their career as a mechanic.
We've been having I've had the courtesy of the boss inviting us to training, and they invite. I send as many guys as I can go from the shop for training. It's part of the buses when they purchase buses, so they include the training in it. So I send everybody to training. I'm in the process now of trying to get the heavy guys to go to training in Honolulu. They finally opened up something where I got a window, so I might have to go.
And what about CDL, commercial driver's licenses? Do all these guys have that, or they need it, and that's part of the training that's needed?
Well, the trainee position is basically you coming in, you have mechanic knowledge, and you're coming in, and during the 6 months of your probationary period, beside your job, county will train you within the 6 months to get your license. Then once you get the 6 months, then you get moved up to the BC11 position to fill the heavy mechanic 1 positions. That is the goal. We did one guy already. We moved them up from.
Okay. Well, I that number I would expect to be, the travel number and the training number to be substantially more, because we're getting all these really specialized equipment, whether it's fire trucks or buses or all these, heavy equipment that we're buying, most all of them have, electronic control units in them. There's so many different elements to it that I would think that we would need to have that training in there pretty strongly. And so I'm just always stunned at a dollar funding in that line item. I just don't understand that. It seems it would make a lot more sense if we had money set aside where we are sending them places or flying people in to be training everybody. It just, I don't know, I don't understand.
I think last year was funded, that's right.
Maybe I can't
It
recall.
might be an area. Last year I had 3,000 funded for training.
See, in 2025 had like 2,500.
I mean, even that is really low, but, I mean, it's really low when you think about training that's needed. I don't know, it raises red flags for me when I see dollar funding on training when we have such a deficit in what we need, and so we're gonna be needing to bring people in and training them up to capacity.
I'll make adjustments in that.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a follow-up on that. You guys seeing more problems like with the electronics of the vehicles and machinery? I know, like my dad guys included, when they get mowers and stuff now, it's not really stuff they can fix. It's like electronic stuff that guys have to like hook up, and like they can't do it themselves. Like someone has to come from the company and do it. And
I do it on my own. Well, I'm certified in all that stuff, yeah. I'm a state licensed mechanic also. I'm ASC certified in all that electronic stuff. But so I teach them whatever I can teach them when we get stuck. We have, and we are trying to buy more software that is factory type. Because if you don't have software, you cannot repair anymore. But I try to acquire the software when we're purchasing equipment. If they're willing to let it go, sometimes it's I gotta use the right to repair construction and ag equipment. Yeah. So I finally got some stuff, but yeah, it's some other stuff that I don't have. I gotta sub them out because we cannot determine what is wrong if you don't. Yeah.
I mean, I also see like some, it's like the diesel exhaust stuff.
Yeah.
When it's not really a problem with the machine, it's more like a chip malfunction or something, and then they're like stuck. Like they need to schedule and wait for someone to reset it, and
But
it's.
we don't have too much problems with the emission side so far. We had sensor problems that during COVID because they had a sensor shortage. Yeah.
Councilmember Cowden.
I just want to also ask about succession planning. Are you the only one in the shop that has your level of certification? Because I brought this up repeatedly. God forbid you ever get in a car accident, right? What would we do? So it seems that that's something that we really need to be making sure that you have the ability to quit someday or have some sort of problem if you were out for an extended period of time. We really need somebody ready to be right behind you because of all this equipment. You know, you're the nexus for functioning in the county. So I really hold a lot of concern that we don't have enough space, we don't have enough people, and we don't have the right training and certification.
I've been trying to work them up to go get ASC tested and whatnot like that. But we gotta go see if they can do it on their own for pay for the fees or the testing.
Can we pay for it? No? Maybe that's to be in the training budget.
If they pass it, maybe we can pay for it. But they need to go make the attempt to go take the testing to get tested.
Well, that's why I wonder if we were to have that in our budget.
Okay.
Because I think, we really would have a very serious problem if something happened to you. I don't want anything to happen to you, but I want to make sure that we're not over-reliant on one individual for all this really critical functioning. And there's a compliment in there, but we need you to have a backup.
Okay, any other questions? Russell, there's a 254 auto shop roof.
Yeah.
What is that for? Does it help us expand the area you guys can work under, or is it
No,
to fix the existing roof?
this roof, we just found out after these recent rains that there's big holes in it. And then we just had to fix the ceiling this morning in the office because it had all mold intrusion. So we cut all that out and we had to fix it. But the roof is in dire needs of repair.
Where are you seeing this here?
R&M building auto shop roof, page 252.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Other than that, any other questions? We'll keep moving on. We're on auto maintenance, solid waste fund. Any questions on the numbers in the solid waste fund? Councilmember Holland.
Just want to reiterate the gasoline, diesel costs, and just checking those in the supplemental, like the chair said.
We'll move on to sewer fund. Any questions on the auto maintenance sewer fund?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins.
I see repairs and maintenance vehicles, that went to 50,000. Doesn't seem like an extraordinary number, but it went from 0 to 50,000. What is that reflecting?
Repair and maintenance for our vehicles in the shop.
The shop truck. Okay, so we have a few bad shop trucks that we didn't have last year. Oh, no, that's the original budget. Okay, yeah, so we're adding it in. All right, that makes sense.
Okay, any other last questions for auto maintenance? If not, we're gonna move on. Okay, we'll move on to Public Works Roads. So we're starting with Public Works Roads General Fund, master page 179. Do you have any questions on the numbers in the Roads General Fund?
I have a general question about roads.
Councilmember Holland.
Hi, how are you doing? Nice to see you. I have some general questions about road stuff that we've been talking about this year and how we could potentially, or where that money comes from, so I can try to wrap my head around it. So one of the things is, as we start to look at options for steaming roadside vegetation in areas, now that we have this gentleman that has the machine, that has the tarps, that thinks that we could do it in high profile areas, I'm wondering if the money is accessible for those kind of invasive species contracts, where that would come from to offset the costs of the roadside treatment. I'm just going to give you all my questions up front so that you can tell me what you think.
Maybe,
Okay.
and if you want an answer, if you give him all the questions all
Okay.
at once, he might lose track of
Okay.
what
Go ahead.
questions you have.
That's a good point. Yeah, just take that one around.
You need to push your button.
Good morning, Chair, members of County Council, Bryson Vivas, Public Works, for the record. We're open to it. If we want to do steaming, I think we could probably do it as a pilot project or something like that, but we're open to trying
Okay,
to see if that is something that could work.
Okay, and then that money, we would be able to deal with that. We don't have to allocate any money. We can move stuff around, or those kind of contracts, we can fund those. It wouldn't be hugely expensive, especially as trial. But I'm just wondering if it's...
I believe we can find somewhere in our accounts to do the trial. If it's not really expensive, I think we can find it in one of our special projects accounts.
Okay, yeah, and I'm anticipating it won't be possible everywhere. So it might just be limited where we can use it. And so also thinking about CRB treatment. So as we see it spread into the right of way, it's kind of moving out of just Parks Kuleana, but it's also kind of stepping into you guys' right of way and how we're going to deal with that. So I'm not sure if you've noticed the back road that connects around Lidgate. I forget the name of that road, but it's like the big loop, that goes by the
Hill Drive.
Yeah. So those trees are nailed. Like we might end up having to probably remove all of those at this point. And they do appear to be not on Hawaiian homelands. They do appear to be right in our right of way. And so I'm just, as we start to deal with more of those risk factors of attack trees that are, undermined and dangerous, we're going to have the cost of removal, but then also like maybe working collaboratively with the parks team to treat what we can save. I'm just wondering if you guys are thinking about that.
We do have a tree trimming contractor that does cut our coconut trees, hazardous trees. I think for the disposal of those that are, I guess, contaminated, lack of a better word, with the bugs, we can work with parks to see how we can dispose of it. But at least for tree trimming and tree removal of coconut trees, we have a contract there.
So you think we have the flex in the existing budget to kind of handle that response if we need it?
I believe with our tree trimming contract, we have that.
Okay. And then we've talked a lot this year about, long-term solutions to reducing the roadside spraying. In my survey, the trash, abandoned vehicles was number 1. Number 2 was wastewater concerns, and number 3 was pesticide roadside spraying, and then followed by climate change. As we think about the conversations we've had about engineering our roads to not need that maintenance moving forward with either an additional 2 foot of asphalt when we build a new road or when we pave a new road, or the long-term weed matting that lasts for 10 or so years, is that stuff that we have worked toward being able to allocate funds to? Or, I mean, obviously it's moving forward with engineering, so I'm just wondering if that's in the budget.
Yeah, correct. So I can't answer for our engineering projects, but I know for them, for their projects, there is that 2 foot extension for the guardrails, so you don't have to do spraying behind the guardrails. For roads division, we're following that same path that engineering set up. When we do install new guardrails, we have an example of one on Malia Road. We're gonna do the 2 foot extension first before we install it, with the idea that we don't have to spray behind the guardrails. When we do spray, it's real selective. It's not our operation to spray. It's a part of it. Our operation is to cut grass, fix shoulders. There is some sections where we would, like signage, but it's not our main operation. It's just a part of it.
Right, and so do we feel that those additional asphalt needs, and obviously that cost could be going up like Mayor brought up in the opening, but are those costs kind of incorporated into this?
It's incorporated in our highway funds. Our base yards are gonna be doing this extensions of new guardrails. They're excited about doing something a little different. So,
great.
We're, regrade some of the shoulders and doing this 2 foot extension. And we're going to do that more in-house.
Thank you very much. And then just the money on the machinery for manual remover. I know that we've struggled with the machines, and that's part of the reason we ended up spraying the side of the road by the middle school, because our machines were down. And so I'm just wondering if we've thought about the funding for those, are we good on that? Is there additional funding needed in case one of those break down? Can I buy you a second one? Like, what do we need?
I think with the past budgets, we're moving in the right direction.
Great.
We did ask for a lot of equipment during the last budgets, and I think this fiscal year now, we're gonna be replacing one of our main pieces of equipment, our bushwhackers. So we're hoping that once we get those, we can be more efficient with our cutting of our banks, where we would sometimes spray because our machines aren't able to.
And that's all in here. You don't need more.
It's in our past budget.
Okay.
And so we're moving in that direction.
Okay. Thank you so much.
This budget here, we're more focused on trailers. We're looking at how we're going to better move our equipment better. So if we go through our budget, you'll see that I'm asking for trailers, school boys, a couple pieces of equipment, but for the most part, it's just moving our existing equipment more efficiently.
Thank you for all your willingness to try to address these things and come up with great solutions. I really appreciate you.
Councilmember Cowden?
I have a follow-up and then a new question. I know about 6 or 7 years ago, I was really raising the issue. There are commercial steamers for roadsides. They use them in Australia. They use them on the Big Island. Right now, doing a pilot project just to test that, I think would be great with this small company that's here. That's forward-looking, but I think if it does work, and we still need it, that's something we could look at. But when we're talking about increase in costs for gasoline, this whole recent war started since our budget was written, so this change happens. Asphalt is petroleum-based as well. And so I'm wondering if when we get our supplemental budget, if we do a little bit of analysis to see what anticipated costs or shortages might be on the way for products for making roads, because that's, when we look at how much percentage of the overall supply has been reduced, I think that we might find that we're going to have a lot more cost, and our timeline might be impacted. So I don't know if those calls have been made yet, but I would think during the break between now and when we get the supplemental that you might really want to look at that, because I do think it's a problem.
I'm sure there will be some impact because of our asphalt, petroleum or oil-based. So it may affect it. With our island-wide contract, I don't know how much it's going to affect our paving and our contractors getting oil so they can continue to pave roads. I guess we'll see how it comes out in the future.
I think it's worth an inquiry. I appreciated how the mayor said he has a little bit of PTSD over the Neomalu Bridge and just the shortage of steel. And I think we're going to have a shortage of a number of different products. So to put together an appropriate anticipated budget might be worth putting a little percentage of increase on there.
I have a follow-up, Council Chair Raposo. I mean, when it comes to that road work type stuff, I can see like when we're filling up our vehicles and we got to account for that type of increase. But when it comes to road work, I think at the end of the day, we're just gonna, if it costs more, we're gonna end up doing less projects. We're not gonna be allocating a lot more to try and accommodate it. It's just gonna be projects getting squeezed. So.
But still yet, though, we would probably want to have a list of prioritized projects when we're looking at our CIP, because I think it is worth anticipating. We want to be proactive with the problem. I think that there's very likely to be a challenge.
Council Chair Raposo.
Thank you. I want to go back to Fern's earlier discussion about the steaming. I'm very optimistic that that can work, and I appreciate you saying you guys are open to the pilot. I just want to make sure, because you said as long as it doesn't cost that much. I just need to know what is that much, because I don't know what these things cost, but I want to make sure, I really want to see us pursue the steaming on a pilot project, but I want to make sure we have the funds to do it. So, I mean, we don't have to talk about it now, but something that you guys can discuss to figure out what that number would be to run a, I don't know, 90-day or 6-month project, and make sure that we have the funds available, because if we don't, then it's not going to get done. So if that works, that's going to help a lot. And I can see how you can just even over the guardrail and steam and get rid of some of that. It's horrible right now in many places. The highways even, it's just, the overgrowth is, and you cannot, it's hard without spraying them. It's really hard to maintain.
Yeah. And I know that this has been done in the past. There was an attempt, but I guess we can just revisit it again.
Well, if it was tried and failed, then we don't have to waste money. I mean, I'm not aware that we tried that, but yeah, I mean, I think that's a viable option if it works.
Yeah, we haven't tried the same thing that we have now. So now that we have like somebody that has that $160,000 high-end steam machine. They've been doing Malai Heiau, if anybody's noticed, Malai Heiau weeds, because we're really trying to experiment with how do we deal with the guinea grass, and they don't want to spray the Heiau either. So we've been struggling. We tried natural products that didn't work very well. We've tried, multiple things, but the steaming is really working, especially if you put something down after, like a matting. And so it would be an upfront investment, but you wouldn't have to maintain that roadside for 10 years. And so in theory, it would like save us a ton of money in the long run. Also, you wouldn't be purchasing the chemicals. But I think the difference is like not internalizing it within the county of like trying to train somebody how to use that machine. And like the one that we had that Dr. Evslin had was like a chute hose that we tried with parks. And it works, but it's just more time consuming, and that's very different for roadsides. And obviously some roadsides are going to be high traffic and danger, and we're not going to be able to do it there. So that's why I love the thought of developing and engineering forward out to where you don't have to worry about it, but I do think that we need to try it as a contract, not as trying to hire somebody and get our guys to try to learn how to use it, because the steam out of this machine that he has comes out at over 300 degrees. And so it's also a safety issue to just have any of our team trying to figure out how to use it. But I do think, to Chair's point, that we should be allocating some funds to think about how do we try this in a real serious way. We also never tried it with the tarp enclosure, where it really just soaks everything and just sterilizes the ground, kind of.
And I think to add to that, our shoulders, there's some section of the shoulders that are really wide, but
right.
County roads, it's tight. So
Yes.
to fit a tarp, to fit a steamer, there may have some challenges.
Yeah.
So that's why I said we're open to just trying it.
Yeah.
But to do a whole investment into something like this, I think we should definitely have to look at that.
Yeah, we'll continue to work on this. I appreciate it very much.
I have a short
Councilmember
follow-up
Cowden.
on that too, because when I first came into office, I was really pushing on this, and I was working with the Department of Transportation, and they were actually really receptive, and they did some stuff with salt, and they did stuff with steam. There were ways, and they took 2 years where they didn't use any pesticides. So it might be good, like it's bigger than this budget discussion right now.
Yeah.
So this should be a different meeting. But there has been work on it, and there is equipment that's designed for the side of the road.
Yeah.
Which is different than having to do a tarp.
Yeah. And
Councilmember Holland?
I wanted to go back to the cost of asphalt real fast, and just like thinking ahead. Is there anybody internally that's looking at like at what point it becomes cheaper to go to concrete? And I ask that also because most tropical areas around the world don't use asphalt because it melts. Under heat, it just falls apart more than what the concrete does. And with all the pothole patching that we do, that must cost us a huge amount in the budget. So I'm wondering if we look at maintenance and pothole plus the cost of asphalt, if we have some sort of equation where we hit this point where it becomes better and cheaper to go to concrete.
I don't know that engineering specifically looked at details. I think they have, though. They have looked at it because Puhi Road is concrete.
Right.
Yeah. And typically, Puhi Road is exposed to higher load or loading because of the containers, the large trucks that use the industrial facility, industrial park properties there. But I imagine that, previously, looking at asphalt pricing, it was a lot more expensive than what we've been getting recently, since 2018. So it's affordable. It's more affordable now, I believe, than concrete. But in cases where, you have roads experiencing frequent higher loading, that's another consideration that we need to make.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what the maintenance, like the maintenance cost, and balance it out of not having to fill potholes.
But concrete, I guess there's different things that can happen during
Right.
the construction project, because on Kapuli Highway, there are some failures that have happened, while other areas of the highway is really holding up well.
There's the aggregate challenge too, like getting the right amount of sand.
Councilmember Quilly?
On a separate item, other services, so 23, 24, 25 in the 80,000, 4,000, 164,000. Last year and this year, the 1.57 million. So I know this is for the fire mitigation efforts. Can you provide a quick overview of what that is, and maybe follow up with a summary report on the type of expenditures involved. You know, is it a few big expenditures or a whole lot of different ones? I would imagine that, and I know you, in the narrative, you talked about supporting role to the Kaua Fire Department and the PMRF fire crews during fire response. But maybe in that summary report, you could share about staffing, and I guess some of it is actual cost, but some of it would be in kind, right? If one department is helping another department, we're not charging each other, right? And they're just showing up and helping. So staffing, equipment, actual cost versus in kind, rented equipment versus equipment provided by us, and then whether you're involving private contractors and consultants, community nonprofits, and then just us, government. And maybe government not only includes our county, but maybe state as well. So we could just follow up maybe with some kind of summary report of how the 1.5 million was spent last year and how you anticipate it being spent in the future year. And I know it may not be exact because maybe it's kind of like an insurance where if a big fire doesn't happen, we may not need to expend it, but we want to have it available.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a point of order question.
Councilmember Collin.
We're supposed to go to the police thing?
We're breaking at 11.
Breaking at 11, okay.
Any other questions on the road maintenance general fund? If not, we'll move on to road maintenance highway fund.
What's the page now?
Master page 230.
I have one.
Councilmember Cooley.
So the one vacant position 924 at the top of page 230, also 1234, highway maintenance manager. So this has been vacant for quite a while, 1,500 days. And then the comment from HR is no recent activity with HR. And last year, I believe it was partially funded at 50%, so half funding. What is your plans for this position? Is it a hard-to-fill position, or when will you open recruitment? If you plan to fill it, what's the plans?
So at this point, Bryce's position is executive assistant to the mayor. This is a position that we're holding for Bryson to move into in the event that we have a change in policy.
Okay. So for at least the remainder of the term, this doesn't need to be fully funded.
I believe we wanted to keep it funded so we have the full amount of funds next fiscal year.
All right. So your prerogative.
I have a question on, because I know there's more than one of these.
Oh, Mike.
Oh, sorry. I know there's more than one of these circumstances. So are the two positions fully funded?
Which two was that?
Well, Bryson's executive assistant to the mayor, that's a fully funded position.
Yes.
And you have this one that's a fully funded
Yes.
position. So if for whatever reason that the executive assistant position should go away,
Yes.
those funds that remain in that account could be transferred to this one, right? I mean, you're paying two positions for one body, and I mean, if you dollar fund this, and because the executive assistants, they all have return rights, right?
Yeah.
So when they return, you just transfer the. I mean, I think, and yesterday I did ask for a list of, or not yesterday, but on Friday I did ask for a list of all the different exempt and executive assistants and contracts and all of that, because if we're double funding positions, we're basically wasting money.
Yeah. I'll just say that I believe this administration was thinking about the next admin, and providing as much flexibility as possible.
Yeah, I know, but regardless of what happens next, that we're paying for two positions that we don't need to pay for. We only need to pay for one. I mean, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Let's just hypothetically, his executive assistant to the mayor position goes away, and he says, I want my return rights to come back here. That funds would just transfer.
Can they just transfer?
Good morning, Janine Raposo, HR Manager. So not all of the executive assistants, first of all, have return rights if they did not come from a civil service position.
Okay.
So in Bryson's case, he came directly into the position as an executive assistant. Going forward, it'll depend on what the next administration wants to do as far as keeping an executive assistant to the mayor or possibly having the highway maintenance manager position filled, as well as in the past, there used to be an assistant. So there may be the need for two positions, but that would depend on what the next administration wants to do.
Right, and then the next administration could, if this position is dollar funded, could fund that position elsewhere. I mean, from somewhere else.
Yeah,
I just think it's doesn't make sense to have two positions funded knowing that you're not going to use them.
Not maybe for the full, if he's not going to use it for July through December or November.
Yeah, and I don't want to make this about him. It's just the concept itself is we're paying two positions for one body where the mayor or the council has the ability to move funds at any time.
Yeah, the funds can be moved.
Right. So I think it's, and I'll see the list, because I don't know what that amount, it's a lot of money if you add up all those positions that have companion positions that are not being filled, right? I mean, if we have two, so is every executive to the mayor, whatever, executive assistant to the mayor position, does it have a companion position somewhere in the budget that is fully funded?
No.
No.
Okay.
I think this is the only one.
Oh, he's the only one?
I think so.
Okay. So what happens to the other ones?
It's just an executive assistant to the mayor.
Right, so it's audio.
They're yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Roads, admin, highway fund.
But what page?
We're page 230.
Okay, and then what's next?
Okay, if not, we'll move on. Roads, admin, general excise, tax fund,
Oh, shoot. What's the page number?
262.
I know, but I messed it up.
261, 262.
I do.
Maybe they're taking it out.
Councilmember Cowden.
When I look at other services where it's really jumped that to 36 million, I'm assuming that's more road work, probably based on increased GET availability. Is that correct? I mean, it's gone from 17.6 million in 2025 to 36.3 million in 2027. So is that from more available funds? Why we have that bigger amount from GET?
Yeah,
It's the island-wide resurfacing account.
Yeah, it's for, basically to fund island-wide work for resurfacing and other roads projects, or transportation projects, I should say.
But the main reason we've doubled the dollar size is because we got twice as much money.
The available funding is
The limiting factor.
portioned, and this is the portion that is available for this type of work.
So that's really exciting. We're going to get almost twice as much resurfacing.
We contract out as much resurfacing as possible, and use the funds for other transportation-related projects. So this is good, to make sure that we have our infrastructure maintained and repaired to the extent that is needed.
In the mayor's State of the County address, I really appreciated how he was trying to get as much done as possible. He talked about how much roads have been fixed and how much more. So there's a lot more dollars here. That's just because GET went up. That's really what my question is.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a combination. GET goes up, but then every year they allocate a certain amount either to roads and highways or transportation.
Okay.
And it just depends on what the breakout is. And I think this year it was like a 70-30 break. So
For roads.
70% went towards roads, 30% went towards transportation.
But don't roads typically get the majority?
Yes.
Yeah. It depends, I think, each year on what the breakout is and the project.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Let's pass it. Sure, the 198 for the IT arrangement, the DART program. Just clarification.
So that's the road. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. So that LiDAR is a road inventory program that we had with each DOT or state. So that is getting information of the roads, the right-of-ways, the infrastructure within both the state and the county. So that's just our portion paying into that.
Paying into that, so that's the clarification there for overall, but working together, right?
Yep. Working together.
I have a follow-up.
Councilmember Cowden.
I don't usually think of LiDAR for making roads. How do you use LiDAR for roads?
It provides topographical information
So we're just,
to help support.
it's aerial and looking down?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike's coming.
Mike Ochoa for Public Works. So the LIDAR program has been going on for a while, but this is a program that was a statewide program, and we participated with the state to give information to the state and counties about road conditions, signage, reflection. So we're not really sure if they're going to do it another annual one this year, but it also gives road condition information back, so you can help you make decisions on our road resurfacing priorities. So anyway, that's what that LiDAR program is about, and it may change going forward. They may have different technologies, and there's so much more information available now.
Okay, thank you. I guess what I was hoping was it's not doing citizen evaluation, and, like, because some of those LiDAR can sit there and they have cameras and all kinds of things where I know on Oahu they use that. But that's more enforcement. But it might be of value to know how fast people are driving and elements like that. So you're not aware of that. I guess Mike was really handling it. Is that right?
I don't think that is a part of the LiDAR
Okay.
program.
Any other questions? I just have a general on our island-wide resurfacing. I mean, when we first passed GET, it was like a huge project on, estimating how much roads we need to hit and the cycle and which ones need to be done right away. Just in general, how's the program going? I know with the money we have, we can be a little more proactive on filling in cracks on roads versus resurfacing the whole thing and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure we've done that in the past a few years ago. Is that making the roads last longer?
We have been improving. All of the paving that we've done have addressed all the roads in bad condition. Moving forward, we're looking at paving roads to be much quicker. We have a bunch of roads that we still need to address, older roads, but they're the type of repairs or maintenance that's very shallow, much more shallow than what we've had to deal with in the past. We've caught up a lot. We have more to go, but the road conditions that we're encountering are much better than what it was. So moving forward, hopefully we can get this funding source extended, so that we can continue with other things, because there are other areas other, elements of the infrastructure that aren't being addressed that we really need to take a look at. For example, our drainage systems, the our drainage systems, the culverts, those types of things that, we've seen failures that resulted in sinkholes and that type of thing. So there's a need to have that extended.
Yeah, we definitely need that money extended because I think in the past, how would you spend $1 million for roads versus 36 million? I think would be the question. So I think we only budgeted $1 million, waited 2 years, and then went out to bid on $2 million. Was our roads budget in the past. But I'm not trying to jinx ourselves also, but I believe our road complaints have gone down significantly since we had GET over the past years. So.
Yeah, and that's really helped our roads maintenance crews in Bryson's area focus on other things, overall, resulting in much better road conditions, safer, and quality of ride.
I can confirm that the complaints definitely went down. Of us having to address potholes weekly, 2 times a week, that went down drastically too. So the more roads we pave, the less we have to do road repairs. We can concentrate on vegetation maintenance. And on the roads maintenance side, we definitely been seeing that benefit of the roads getting paved.
Can I just ask a real quick question?
Mike.
Hōʻike Road. When are they gonna finish Hōʻike? They did no, and they just stopped and went home and never came back. You know what's going on with Hōʻike? Was it personal? Because I live up there. They just
Kawasaki Public Works.
Let me say they started, and they created all these bumps now, which I wish they never do that, and then they just never came back. So.
Yeah, Honolulu was scheduled to be done a long time ago, but Hi'ilawe Construction, they're moving their batch plant, and due to weather and other unforeseeables, it wasn't completed before they had to relocate their batch plant. So that's what they're doing now, is they're moving the batch plant. As soon as it's up and running, Honolulu is the first priority.
Because they started, that's what got me. I guess they scraped to expose all the little manholes, so it's kind of like a minefield now you got to drive.
Yeah, we definitely wanted to finish it by now, before they even moved the plant, but they're moving the plant now. So they're waiting on a generator repair, and then they'll be up and running.
Any time estimate? Because, I get all the calls.
It keeps getting pushed back. We get calls too, yeah, for sure. The residents are calling us as well. But as soon as the date keeps getting pushed back, so I don't have a date. It could be next week. It could be a month.
Do we get like a credit from them when that happens, or? No. Okay.
I mean, no. Yeah. I mean, we could pursue the liquidated damages if we really want to.
Yeah, because if we cause the delay, then we pay them, right? If they cause the delay, shouldn't they pay us? That's just a question to think about.
Yeah, I think in this type of contract, if they don't exceed the overall period of performance, then there's no avenue for LDs. I think maybe in the future contracts we might take a look at that to see if it can be more refined.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Okay, I'd like to move from house lots to homesteads now. No, Pu'upai, we talked about this, right?
Yeah.
Pu'upai Road, right? Just one update. I know we talked about that. There was a big thing happening up there. So.
Yeah, so do we have any plans for Pu'upai?
Can I get back to you on that? I believe it's on, I think it is contracted.
It is, right?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I feel better it's not just me, it's you too.
Yeah. No, we just talked about that too. So okay, good.
So I'll jump on that one too. How about Kilauea Road and Veke Road?
Yes. So Veke Road specifically, so that's been on our radar for years. The reason why it's not paved yet is there is a larger, or not larger, but there's a DOW, water line project going on. So we didn't want to pave that road and then just to have them come through and trench it. So once that project is complete, which they're working on now, we're working in coordination with DOW to pave it at the same time.
Is the pipe going in yet?
I'm not sure the status, but I know construction has started.
Okay, and then Kilauea, I tell people by the time your toddler graduates from high school, it'll be fixed. I mean, just so they're okay, but do we know?
So Kilauea Road is the Lighthouse Road, yeah.
Yeah, and the part that goes down to the lighthouse that used to be Cane, it's like a paved Cane Hall Road. So it falls apart.
That's part of a large, an improvement project that engineering is working on. So that's, I believe it was I think it was a 2027 construction.
That's a project that's
It's federal.
pretty much being administered by Central Federal Lands. We jumped on it and we're able to benefit from them doing the whole project because a good portion of it is, leading up to the lighthouse, which is, all federal. So we can actually get back to you with some of the details that you're looking for.
Any other questions? I'm thinking we're going to stop on this one and then pick up the base yards when we come back. Any last final questions for roads admin? If not, we'll take our recess right now and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome back. We'll begin where we left off. We're on Hanapepe Base Yard Highway Fund. Do we have any questions on the Hanapepe Base Yard Highway Fund?
Okay.
Councilmember Cooley.
On the vacant positions, the position that is 859, Equipment Operator 1, vacant for 1,034 days. HR comment is no recent activity. So what is the plans for filling this position? I did notice that last budget it was half funded, and in this budget you're fully funding it.
So for 859,
Yeah, Equipment
that
Operator
one, that equipment operator position, earlier this year, we went out open to the public to try and fill that position. We were unsuccessful in filling that position this go around, but we do have a plan to fill it. We have a possible applicant that could possibly fill this position. And we're also going through training and licensings for the equipment operator positions at the Hanapepe Base Yard, and that's ongoing right now.
Okay. Then the only other one on the bottom, 1805, Laborer 1, vacant for 257 days. It says labor registration list, no selection made. So does that mean you already have a group of people and you're just going to pick one from there? And
That's correct.
that'll fill the
We have a labor list. We're setting up interviews, and we're going to go ahead and select for that position.
So that'll more than likely happen sooner than later, like
Correct.
during this budget.
During this budget.
Current budget. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Any other questions on the Hanapepe Base Yard Highway Fund? Not, we'll move on.
Where are we at now?
So, Hanapepe Base Yard General Excise Tax Fund, we're not spending any GET money on it, so we're gonna move on to Kaua Base Yard.
What's the page?
236, 237.
I'm gonna move these out.
I have a small one.
Councilmember Cowden.
So when it says tractors and other heavy equipment, it dropped back quite a bit. Is that just because we ordered what we needed and then we don't need more? It went from 340 last year and 777,000 the year before, and now it's 165. It's just that we ordered and we have, so we don't need to buy new.
No, that's correct. We during those last couple budgets, we went ahead and ordered a couple of large pieces of equipment. This year it's just trailers.
Okay. What kind of trailers are we getting?
I'm going to call it a large trailer and a medium-sized trailer. The larger trailer can pretty much carry majority of all of our equipment.
So it'd be like a backhoe or an excavator?
Backhoes, excavators would go on our larger trailer. Medium-sized trailer would be like a roller, riding mowers, forklifts, and we have a smaller trailer too, which would be like riding mowers.
So we're buying 2 new trailers?
2 new trailers for Kaua Base Yard, a large and a medium-sized trailer.
Councilmember Cooley.
Just confirming then the 2 laborer positions, 1806, laborer 1, 257 days vacant, and laborer 2, 904. Those will be selected off of the labor registration list.
Correct. We have 2 applicants in mind that we're going to fill that positions already.
So both positions will be filled.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not, we'll move on. Base Yard also is not using any general excise tax funding, so move on to Hanalei Base Yard. Any questions for Hanalei Base Yard?
I have a general question.
Councilmember Cowden.
It's really nice that we finally have a built environment there. How is that affecting our work? You know how we fixed it up out there, we built a building and everything at the base yard a couple years ago. Has that had greater efficiency? People happier at least?
The building of the new facility?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been working out. Nice facility. The workers have a good place to go back to and store their equipment, and
So the equipment is aging better.
It's covered. It's doing well.
Any other questions?
Just looking here. What are we renting? We had an increase in our rentals.
So our rental, we have rental contracts with different companies. For the Hanalei Base Yard specifically, it could be from a backhoe when our backhoes go down, a truck if one of our trucks goes down, and to continue to service, have our guys go out on the roads and move our workers around. We rent a truck sometimes. For Hanalei, it's a backhoe and a truck, a labor truck.
So just, that's like when something's broken, or just not working, or if we need an extra.
Next is our sign and roads marking. 243, 244.
It was just a small, that equipment.
Councilmember Cowden.
We bought new equipment for that like last year or the year before. I mean, I watched them do some signage in Kilauea, markings on the roads. It all looks really pretty new.
We did buy new equipment for our special construction crew. This year, if you see, we're asking for a lowboy trailer and an end dump for a super dump. That's the only two pieces that we're looking to replace. Again, just moving equipment, moving material.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to roads maintenance other. This is highway fund.
Page number?
246.
246, 247.
What is other? When we say roads maintenance other, what does other mean? We have $1 million in indirect costs.
So if we look at other services, it would be like contracts with different contractors.
Okay.
Under that line item, like tree trimming contracts, guardrail maintenance. We purchased the flashing beacons that we put at our crosswalks, and that river mount opening.
So this is across the island.
Councilmember Bolasan.
Following up on the flashing beacons, do we purchase in Stockholm and have them on deck?
We do. So we try to, these past couple years, we've been trying to build up our stock. But as we build them up, we've been installing in new locations. But also when these beacons get hit, we need to replace them. And we're not always able to replace parts. So we just replace the whole set of beacons. We do have a stock, but every year we try to keep our stock up so we can easily just go and replace beacons when we have to.
And these, they're solar battery. They don't need direct power.
The ones that we install are solar batteries.
And whenever, just to follow up on that, sometimes we get community requests and it goes through the process. That wouldn't be budgeted. Is that something, when someone, hey, I think my street needs it, and they go through the community process with you guys, that would be outside of the budget? Or?
I would say the community should try to maybe reach out to like our engineering division or something. See if it'll fit best for the community. With that, we can go ahead and install it if it makes sense for the community.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Kaua.
When we put in speed humps or traffic calming devices after the fact, does that go in other? Or where is that one reflected? Is that more on CIP?
That one would likely be under general.
You might use the G fund for that kind of stuff.
And so, okay. All
Under
right.
the island-wide contract.
The island-wide contract, okay, because we've been putting a lot of those in, and I know there's a lot more requested, and they make a big difference, so.
Yeah, the bids go out with line item costs, for those particular ones that are already planned, and so you have a price that you can, gauge cost-wise. Different locations, you have different, different intricacies that you need to consider. So, that's something that we already have a guidance based on what we get in the bids for pricing, so we can anticipate what kind of price range we should get when we get the response back from contractors.
So when somebody requests them, I know I've passed over a handful of requests to you guys. Thank you for helping people. What's the timeline most of them should anticipate? Is it more the design on it, or is it the pricing, or is it needing to go on next year's budget? Would it be more than a year, or do we have the flexibility to do it in the middle of a budget season?
You're asking about traffic calming,
When people
speed
wanna,
tables, speed humps.
Yeah.
So that has to go through a process with engineering. People typically will call and make a request. You have to get on a list, and then engineering goes through their studies to verify if it's suitable for traffic calming in that particular location.
But it can fit into an existing budget. When people call and
Yes.
ask for it, typically they seem to think they're going to get it next month, But it's somehow figured into this year's budget for X amount of putting those in.
There is a budget for it, and once engineering is done with their process, then we'll either come to the council with a resolution to install speed humps, like we did recently with I believe it was Hōʻike Road, or in some cases there's emergencies that come up. Kolo Road is one good example, and we draw from our existing funding to pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and engineering, I believe, does like a full-on study before they even put in a speed bump. They put out like the traffic thing that gets like the speeds and stuff. Like they're gonna need to justify it first. They're not just gonna, if someone wants a speed hump, they're not just gonna put it out.
Yeah, I'd like them to hear that, because people are like, I want one.
Yeah, there's a process that engineering goes through. I have a question on the river mouth opening. Is that money for Waimea specifically, or?
No, that one there, we use it for Waimea, Wailua, and Kealia. Lately, the Waimea one, pretty much with the installation of the pump house as well as the fixing of the floodgates, we don't call out a contractor to dig. We've been mostly calling out for the Wailua river mount, but it's gone down a lot in the past.
Yeah, I was gonna mention. I mean, Glenwood. That one time we were getting a lot of calls on the Waimea River and flooding on the whole neighborhood, and I haven't remember getting calls like that or hearing about issues like that recently. So
It's been with the repair. It's been great for us because we haven't been calling them out. We used to call out maybe 2 times a day if the river mount closes and floods the subdivision, but we haven't been getting any.
Councilmember Carvalho?
You guys have been really consistent with the Wailua one. We've been going back and forth.
Yeah.
So just having the drain there on site,
Yeah.
So that has been really working well. So
it's been working well. We have our contractors. We have a close relationship with our contractors. So when we do need them to
They're right there.
get there, they'll get there.
So we're good with the budget-wise, we're on.
We have a contract set
Okay.
for the next couple years.
Any other questions? Not, we'll move on. I think the next item with actual money in it is the beautification fund. Page 291, 292. Councilmember Cotton.
Just to cover that again with the beautification fund. Is that cleanup on the side? Is that the plants? What is the beautification? I know we have a parks beautification fund. What does the roads beautification fund cover?
So that one there could be for more roads related projects. Let's say if we wanted to a sidewalk that has planters, or if instead of putting back grass, maybe we can put back hardscaping, just so we don't have to do continual maintenance. That's where we can probably pull from that kind of projects, where it's not necessarily grass cutting, but it's trying to figure out and be creative in ways where we can do a project where maybe we can eliminate the grass cutting and do more of a beautification project.
Okay.
Beautification also covers our disposal of abandoned vehicles too.
Oh, so that doesn't seem like enough then.
324,000.
324,000, I guess. How many, like $1,500 a car, is that right?
It's just a part of the budget that funds the contract. Beautification fund, and then there's the solid waste fund that kicks in.
Okay.
Any other questions on that fund? Now we'll move on to the roads maintenance, other solid waste fund. Which is only a portion of, which is only salaries. Okay, there's no questions on that. We're done with public works roads.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to wastewater.
Is the chair coming back for this? He had such strong feelings.
If he comes back, he'll be back. So we're on sewer, wastewater, sewer fund, wastewater.
Excuse me.
Page
I've got a short.
327.
Okay.
Okay, let me just get everybody on the same page. 327, 328, 329.
We started with 327.
327 is the main page. 328, 329. Okay.
Donald Fujimoto, Chief Wastewater Division. Wastewater Management Division mission statement: to protect the public's health, safety, and the environment by developing and operating the county's wastewater infrastructure. So wastewater management division budget primary focus is on deferred maintenance, increasing operation efficiency, and any potential liabilities to address compliance requirements. Our fiscal year 2027 operating budget request is for $19,411,610 and reflects a 5.4% increase, which is just over $1 million over last year's budget. The budget was developed with input from our wastewater administration, operational managers, wastewater treatment operators, wastewater electrician, wastewater mechanics, wastewater line crew, chemists, and accounting staff. With that, I'll answer any questions you have.
Councilmember Koli.
So on page 329, the vacant positions, starting at the top, the second position, 1937, civil engineer 5, vacant for 576 days on the vacancy report. On March 15th, the status was just listed as continuous recruitment. So what is the status of filling this position?
Don Kakuda, civil engineer. Yeah, we had that continuous for a while, and since it's been continuous, we haven't had an applicant to interview. So we hope we can get somebody.
So it's open, it's out there, but nobody's applying.
We haven't had one person to interview. I don't know, I forget when we put it continuous, but it's been for a long time.
I have a follow-up on that.
Councilmember Cowden.
How are you outreaching? Are you just putting it in the HR element? Are you guys, seems like we really need that. We learned from solid waste, the mechanics that people don't want to clean the solid waste trucks, the refuse trucks. Do we know why we can't get anybody in this? How are we recruiting for it?
I mean, for us, we just put it on HR. I mean, a lot of times engineering goes out and, they try to get the lower level positions. But even them, they have difficult time getting the higher level positions.
Okay, she's coming up, yeah, because I just wonder where we're promoting.
We can, if you think that makes sense.
So for the past year or two, we've been going to the UH engineering fair, both in the spring and in the fall. So we have a lot of Kauai students that are at UH that talk about maybe wanting to come back at some point, but not necessarily right away. You have to remember too that they're also competing with their own engineering division as well as with the water department. So I believe we do have a request for them to look at a different strategy to try to fill this position and maybe go with a project manager and try to fill it that way. So that's the latest that has come in as a possible way to fill it that way first.
And is there any kind of certificate type of study that comes out of KCC that can be bringing them into a direction where they can get trained up once they get to us?
We have,
not for an engineer 5, but for some of these others, the plant operator.
So what we usually do is bring them in possibly as an engineering support technician, and then we do allow some of that time to count toward a BA degree for civil engineering. So then that would be like the progression for someone with a career that did not go get a bachelor's degree for us. But if they have that type of work experience outside as well, we would look at counting it. But they would have to start at a lower level.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Cooley.
The other two positions, electronics tradesperson, 469 days, also listed as continuous recruitment, and wastewater plant working supervisor, 1852. That one only 104 days relative, continuous recruitment.
So for the electronics tradesperson, I interviewed one person and he turned us down. We've been talking to somebody who doesn't have their electrician's license, so I think the plan is we're gonna drop it to a lower level and try and hire this guy, and hopefully we can train him up, and eventually he'll be a electronics tradesperson after 3 years. For the wastewater plant supervisor, we have somebody TAing to it, but last time I talked to him, he said he wasn't interested in the position at this time. So we're going to continue to recruit for now.
And then the plant operator you made, the WWP operator 4, you made an offer. So
which number is that again for that one?
1858.
1858. Yeah, that one we just dropped. We dropped it to an assistant operator to get stuff to get it filled. So that person will start on the 16th of April.
16th of April. Excellent. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Cowden?
Under repairs and maintenance for like building and equipment, we have, roughly 3.5 million in there. We had a few weeks back in that flood, almost 300,000 gallons raw sewage spill into Waimea, correct? And that was due to, is it ionized, stands for inundation and inflow?
Yes.
So that's again, as I said last time, Puka's in the pipes, that's the main problem that has to get fixed?
So that's a CIP project that we're gonna.
A CIP, and so that we'll see that, is that in this next year's budget to try and fix that there? We can look when we get there, but these repairs, these must be relatively small repairs because we occasionally have to do 1.6 million or something for a pump piece. So what do these repairs reflect?
Half the amount is for the wastewater treatment plant, UIC well cleaning for Lihui, it's about 1.4 million.
Okay.
And then the other ones are all in the like hundreds of thousands. It's on page 331. Bottom of page 331.
Okay.
Bottom.
I have a question on 332.
Council Chair Raposo.
And thanks, Donna, for being here. I just want a better understanding of how these loans, I'm assuming it's the revolving fund, on these loans that you have in the middle of the page. There's 1, 2, 3, there's 5 projects for Wailua for the wastewater treatment plant. And are these loan payments? Is it just our annual payment to repay the loan?
Yes.
So all of these projects were completed prior?
Some of them are just starting, like SPS number 3.
And what is the SPS number 3?
That is a rehabilitation of the pump station 3, which is on Papaloa Road.
Oh, okay.
So that project has just started, actually.
I got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from the members? Now we're going to move on to solid waste.
So I guess I do have one on 335 under the equipment. You have a Wailua wastewater treatment plant new air zen blower assembly, and that is for $150,000. Is that not included in the scope of work for the bid that we just went over last week?
Yes, this is not included.
It's separate.
Yeah, maintenance.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, thank you. We'll move on to solid waste. We'll start with solid waste disposal. Page 295, 296, 297.
I have a question. It's on page 298, and that is I think we covered this last year. I can't remember, but the cover soil, $1.3 million. I thought we got the soil donated. Was that a one-time thing, or?
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Allison Fraley, for the record, Solid Waste Division Chief. Yes, we did get the soil donated. It's the hauling of the soil that costs. So the last year's budget reflected a lesser price on a prior contract. This year's budget has the actual price for the contract that we're in right now.
On the which? You talking about the tire?
You said soil, right?
The cover soil.
Yeah, the cover soil. Yeah, the hauling of the cover soil is what we're.
So we get the dirt for
paying
free and it costs us
Yes.
1.3 million to haul.
Yes, and that is, let's see, where is that one?
Wow.
It's quite a bit of soil and, let's see, where is that? Okay, so it's $34 a ton to haul it all the way to the landfill. And last year, the contract price was $19 a ton. We went out to bid, it was a competitive bid.
And it went almost double.
Do you know why?
Hmm?
Do you know why it doubled?
That was a low bid. There were much higher bids. That was the low bid. But that's, I want to mention, if we're talking about that soil, we are, that does include a soil program where we're looking for new soil sources and testing them. That's critical to using the cover soil under our regulations. We do have to make sure that they're free of contaminants, so there's a cost to that.
So that line item covers the testing as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cooley?
So you're saying too, the current source is running out and we need a new source?
No, that the current source will go through the end of that next fiscal year, but we'll be looking for new sources, yes.
The positions, just two vacancies. The solid waste superintendent, you say you had a test on March 18th?
Yes.
So you have a couple of folks that potentially you could hire?
Yes, we've interviewed that and recommended for hire.
Okay. And then the other one, landfill operator 2, 180 days vacant. It says no recent activity with HR. What's your plans for filling that position?
That position, there is someone internal who has been working to get trained on their CDL, and they're almost finished, and we hope to hire that candidate.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cowden?
How are our scales working? Do we still have 2 scales?
Yes.
And they're both working right now?
Yola, the solid waste manager. Thank you, council chair and council members. Yep, both scales work good. We're looking at updating some of the equipment on it, but the actual readouts and whatnot, we certify them every year, so they're working fine.
Okay, good.
I got the $1 million question.
Oh.
So where are we on our landfill as far as capacity, and then any future additional space, or if they're looking at another location?
Yeah, so capacity is the phase 2 of the current active landfill is scheduled to reach capacity in November of 2030. We are pursuing a new landfill site. That will take about 10 years. And so we will be doing what we'll call the Cell 3 expansion, which is a vertical over the unlined phase 1. We've been working with the consultant to start the process of doing an EIS for that site. For that expansion, I should say. It's going to be 85 feet above mean sea level. We do have a permit for that, and we have to. Right now it's at 55 feet, so that would give us 16 years of life. We wouldn't necessarily use all of that life if we were to get the new landfill constructed before then.
The new landfill would take at least 10 years, you said, or the Cell 2 will take at least 10.
No, Cell
3 will take. Cell 3 will take at least 10 years.
Cell 3 will only, it'll be ready to go before phase 2 fills.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's provided we get approval, right?
We do have the DLNR approval. It would be
I'm not concerned about DLNR. I'm more concerned about Department of Health and.
We've been in contact with Department of Health as well. They know our plans.
But that doesn't mean it's approved, right?
Right, correct.
That is my concern. You still gotta do an EIS. I expect a lot of opposition for that. That is my concern. Can I ask just one more? We did the RFP for waste to energy.
Yeah.
Or alternative technologies, whatever you want to call it. Where are we on that?
We're at the step 2. We're working on the step 2 to put it out. We did get a short list of candidates at this time.
So what is step 2?
It's the second stage of the procurement.
I can figure that out.
Yeah,
But
well, it's a procurement, so I can't really say too.
no, I don't. Okay. So step 1 is you get the stuff, the proposals.
Yeah.
Step 2 is what? Do you go through the proposal?
More detail. We've already gone through the initial set of proposals, but the step 2 process has more detail about financial status and other things like that. Yeah.
So is that you're going through all of that stuff, or you're asking these people to submit? I'm just trying to figure out how far are we on that.
We're almost through with getting that thing out. Getting it out, step 2.
Oh, so step 2 requires you to send something else out and then get more information from the short list. Is that what that is?
Correct.
I have a follow-up.
Councilmember Cowden.
So I've talked to 2 applicants, just loosely, and so we haven't talked anything technical, but they don't know if they haven't heard back. So would people who have applied and then not gotten a response, does that mean that they're not accepted?
We've responded to everyone, those that were and weren't accepted.
Okay.
Yes.
So they should know.
They should know, yes.
All right, and then step 2, you'll say we need to have this more information.
And they're aware of that as well.
Okay.
Councilmember Carvalho.
What is the consultant services at 1.4?
Yeah.
Just overview.
So there's several different contracts here. So the maintenance of the GCCS is the gas compact, the collection control, gas collection and control system at the landfill. That's where pumping gas into the flare. And then consultant services for Kaua landfill is the next line item. And that is our contractor who helps us maintain compliance. They do groundwater testing, surface water testing. And then also the aerial flyover and land surveying is how we find out how much capacity we have. It's an annual flyover, and then there's an analysis to find out how much life we have left in the landfill. The next one is a disaster debris management plan, which we're updating. And then also we were designing a tire wash at the landfill to make sure that we're not tracking mud outside of the landfill.
So that's in the
Those are different contracts.
Do you have follow-ups? If not, I'm going to
You can get somebody else's.
Councilmember Quilly.
You know, when you were talking about phase 2 to November 30th, in the budget where it says Kaua lateral expansion, cell 2, is cell 2 and phase 2 the same thing?
I'm sorry, which line item?
That's the page 300 under the loans. So you have Kaua gas collection and control system, 256,000. Kaua lateral expansion, cell 2, 755,000.
Sorry, yeah, that's a repayment of a state revolving fund loan for the current active area. Is called cell 2. And it's the space in between phase 1 and phase 2 where we're currently depositing waste.
So the phase 2 that will be good till November 30th.
No.
Is that in place and paid for, or you need a budget for that too?
No, that is in place and paid for.
Okay. And then you said the new site would take 10 years. Is it budgeted anywhere to pay for that?
In the CIP.
Okay, CIP, we'll see that later. Then the last part is when you talked about the cell 3 expansion, is the the cell 2 says lateral expansion. Did you say the cell 3 was vertical?
Correct.
Going up higher. So, and is there a line item to pay for that?
In the CIP.
Oh, that's also CIP.
Correct.
Okay. But the plan there is that would give an additional 16 years of life, whether we need it all or we get to the new
Correct.
place or not. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cowden and Councilmember Holland.
On page 298, financial assurance about the landfill closure. Is that like prepaying for our, what you do?
Yeah.
This is every year, right? That
Yes,
kind of
every
goes in
year.
Every year, and I just,
Yeah.
remind me again what
Yeah,
that means.
sure, of course. Hold on, I'm just finding my notes here.
1.44 million.
Yes. Yes, so we have a estimated cost of closing the landfill.
The Kaua landfill.
Yeah, Kaua landfill. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to find my notes. Where are they? Oh my goodness. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. And so 2 years ago, our consultants put together like a detailed analysis of the cost of closure. It was $27 million. And so what we did was we adjusted it for inflation at the time of closure in 2030. So it's going to be about $34 million. And so every year we put aside funds. And right now we have $25.5 million saved. And so we need an additional $8.7 million. So.
And is that sit in one of the funds that we get a good return on investment through our treasurer? You know how we're doing pretty good on when we're sitting on money?
I'm not aware of the interest rate. I could get back to you on that.
I mean, I just think, you know, she's seemingly done pretty well, so I wonder where so if we've got 25 million sitting somewhere. And then the post-closure maintenance of Hollyhock closed landfill, that 140,000 inflationary adjusted, will that be from here on out? We always have to take care of that. Like, is that ever going to be done, or it's going to, every single year we have cost?
Well, we're at about 32 years
Since it was closed.
since that. So we're looking at that going down. The consultant has sent us a draft plan of what the full, like, getting out of there would be. So we're going to be working on that. So perhaps it won't be that ongoing cost in the future.
And what do we do for that 140,000? Is it just like mowing it or testing it, or?
Yeah, they're testing the gas and and also the groundwater.
Okay, all right. Well, that makes good sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Holland.
If we were to get some sort of, God forbid, hurricane or incredible storm, like Oahu's dealing with right now, they're really worried about their landfill filling up quicker now because of, you know, obviously that. Do we have, in the emergency plan or anything, do we have like some sort of idea of what that would look like and how many years that would shorten our 16-year window of cell 3?
Yeah, I mean, a landfill traditionally would fill about 4 years of space, 4 or 5 years.
A big hurricane, like 4 or 5 years, or?
Yeah. I'm sorry, yeah, the hurricane, yes.
Yeah, so when Iniki hit, that was the most severe storm that, you know, the strongest winds that designers experienced. At that time, you know, there weren't as many buildings or structures as we have nowadays with hurricane reinforcement and stuff like that. So, well, at the time, I believe the estimate was 3 years capacity was consumed by all the debris that had to go into phase 1 and phase 2. We're hoping that, you know, with all the improvements, you know, with hurricane reinforcements for structures, that that number will, you know, be significantly lower. But definitely, you know, something like that will put a big hit on landfill capacity, and you know, we may be looking at emergency conditions to get more capacity.
Yeah, it seems like that's a really tight window with our 10-year start.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but do we have an estimate on when that we might know if we're moving on this new landfill location and when that might start? Are we 1 or 2 years out of approvals on that, or?
You know, I can say that we are actively pursuing what we need to do to, you know, get a new site confirmed. You know, we have been doing work with the Department of Transportation, who was, I guess they played an integral part, or as far as commenting and making sure that the state's interests were being addressed prior landfill siting efforts that we had at the model site. And since then we've had very positive results with HDOT and the Federal Aviation Administration, and we're looking at reaffirming and updating the information that we have as far as addressing the wildlife hazard issue that they've had. We're hoping that in the near future we can have we'll have enough information that we'll get a positive result from HDOT airports that will allow us to fully pursue the model site.
Well, we really don't have an idea on how many months or how long out that.
I can't give you a date, but what I can say is before the end of the year, we're hopeful that we have more definite answers to the question.
I have one more question. In relation to our attempts to kind of create those bait trap stations at the green waste transfer facilities, I'm wondering where and if we're good on budgeting for that, or if we ever decided to move on that, or.
Yeah, I'm working on we have multiple permits that we have to update, and I'm going to include the bait station in those updates. And I'm sure we can make it work with our existing budget for green waste processing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the members? If not, we'll move on to solid waste collection. Page 302. 303. Councilmember Cooley.
Vacant position 954. Solid waste working supervisor. Oh, brand new vacancy though. So what's your plans for filling this position?
It's currently posted, and we're looking to hire as soon as possible.
This hasn't necessarily been one of those difficult to fill positions.
No, it's only recently popped up, but we don't envision being hard to fill.
And then 1013 operator, selection made, no problem. And then 841 refuse collection equipment operator, that was vacant for over a year, but HR says performance test scheduled on 327. What is today? Did that just happen the other day?
Yeah, I believe that one's moving along. Oh, and we're gonna, we have an applicant and we're gonna interview them hopefully this week. Yeah, it's internal.
Okay. And then the last one down at the bottom, 1011, solid waste worker 2, vacant for 134 days. It said re-recruit no qualified applicants. So you're just restarting another recruitment?
We're working with HR. We have some internal interest. We're just working on training them up so they can qualify and we can move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the members? I have a question on the 5 live view technology surveillance camera systems. 190,000. On page 305, top of page 305.
Yes. Excuse me. So yes, those would be placed at all of the transfer stations and at the Kaua Resource Center. So that provides continuous monitoring of those sites, especially at night, because we've had lots of trespassing, illegal dumping, vandalism, break-ins, and all of that. So this targets high-risk areas and changing site conditions. We've had one at the Lahui transfer station to test it. It's been very successful. We've arrested a couple of people. We had ongoing, theft and vandalism and things for a really long time.
That's good. Another question on the refuse route hardware, $100,000. That's on page 06.
Bill, you want to talk about that?
Yep, we were really hoping to move forward on this one and get a lot done for our workers. The system we're shooting for would be able to photograph any issues and concerns that our drivers have as they're going through the community, especially from missed trash or services that, or if they're overloaded, we can take pictures and then help our backup drivers. If they have to jump on a route, it will assist them with telling them where to go and make the best turns. So, and we lucked out this year where we have a new hire. Our administrative assistant too came from transportation, and she has expertise on, or she has familiarity with that type of program, so she's helping us along getting it implemented.
And that gets installed in every refuse truck?
Yeah, and we're hoping to get them installed in most of our other trucks, if it goes well with our refuse trucks, so we can track what we're doing every day and our loads and get a lot of data of what we're doing from day to day. So,
Councilmember Cowden?
And just thinking about the refuse trucks, and then what we were hearing from the mechanics, that they can't find mechanics because they don't want to work on those trucks. When we rinse those out, that happens at the transfer station. Where does that happen? And then do we ever look at the leachate for what's in it? Like, what are we doing to make it be less toxic so that we have people willing to work with the trucks?
Yeah, well, Troy mentioned that we did install a truck wash in Kaua, and the renovations will be installing truck washes, and that will allow us to do more thorough cleaning. Before, it was recommended to do dry cleaning because that the leachate can't go into the ground, basically. And so now we have proper leachate systems at the Kaua transfer station. It's right by the base area where we store the trucks. So we're starting this new system where we're going to be keeping them a lot cleaner.
Okay, because I think that has been a concern for a long time, especially once we changed trucks from where we used to have it. And they'd throw it into the back of the truck. The workers would tell me they already knew who's going to be putting paint in there or things that shouldn't be. So they would just always set it down when they're at a house that works on those things. And since they have the automated dump system, there's nothing that can control what goes into those cans when we pick them up, So that's where it gets all mixed up in there at a much more toxic level. So I don't know if we had anticipated that, but it is good if we're finding a way to capture and manage whatever is the problem in there.
Yeah, I mean, we send reminders to people not to put liquid waste in their trash, but whether or not they actually listen to that advice, that's tough. And then the trucks do have a camera so they can see what's going in. And we're hoping that this new program can help our drivers to like if they see something that's wrong, they can note it on the route, and then we could reach out to the customers too. That would allow us to do that.
Okay.
And I'd also like to clarify, the terminology hazardous is something that I think needs clarification to make sure people understand that our facilities, our operations, here at the county, we don't manage hazardous waste in our refuse collection operation or at the landfill or transfer stations. Folks that have hazardous waste, toxic waste like poisons, that type of thing, should hold on to them. Keep them in their containers that they bought them in. And every year, I think it's twice a year now, we have a household hazardous waste collection that those items can be brought to. So don't put it in the trash. Don't mix it with anything that you put in our trash carts or bring to the transfer stations, please. And the second thing about these trucks is I wouldn't consider it hazardous as much as it is just.
Sorry,
just
that word.
Yeah, it's
Toxic is probably a better word.
it's just something that's very undesirable because of the smell. Some people, a lot of people, I would say, don't like to be around it, and that's something that we hope that we can improve on with our new washdown facilities.
I didn't consciously choose that word, so it just came out. So I just mean, you mix all these, you never know what's all going into the container collectively. So they can have chemical reactions within the back of the truck. I learned this from the workers. They're the ones who really pointed out to me. But you can mix in there, and nobody knows what's in there really because of how they go in separately.
Any other questions for solid waste collections? Not, we'll move on to solid waste recycling. $308. Councilmember Cooley.
Well, it says interview scheduled, so you must be about to fill this. 1992 Recycling Program Coordinator.
Yes, we're in the process of hiring.
And then the other one, it's grant funds. The Recycling Specialist 3.
Correct.
But what is your status for filling that? It's been vacant 64 days.
Yeah, that's grant funded, and there's a workman's comp claim on that position.
Thank you.
On two of them?
Just one.
Oh, the one is filled, right?
Yeah, one's
Yes, yes.
Councilmember Cowden.
When I'm looking at other services, those are contractors that we bring in to do the recycling.
Correct.
I'm actually surprised with this pretty good rate, 5.5 million. I mean, it seems like we're handling a lot. So Garden Island Disposal, are they in here too somehow? I don't.
Yes, they have two contracts. So that's the Kaua Recycles residential drop-in program. There was an increase in that contract. It's built into the contract. And then also the commercial recycling is also Garden Isle Disposal contract. All the high five recyclables and the cardboard. And that contract has escalation built into the first year. Escalation is 6%. After that, it'll be a 4% a year escalation.
And our cars are even in this. Vehicles. Yeah, that's Puhi Metals, I guess.
Correct. So that's a portion of the contract cost, and then also beautification pays a portion of the contract cost.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Cooley.
You know the drop. Wait. Everybody. Well, what is the Kaua Recycles residential drop-in program?
Yeah, that's the 8 recycling bins that we have throughout the island where we accept
Oh, so
source
just
separated.
locations.
Yeah, 8 different locations.
And are there? You said 8?
Mm-hmm.
8 different sites.
Yes, correct. And so they supply the bins, and then they do the hauling and processing for all of those locations.
What does that mean, supply the bins?
The green bins that are out there, each location has 4 different bins, so those are provided by
Not to somebody's house.
No.
The big recycling. Yeah.
That would be like by
Have you not been to the bins?
Where you take your own recycling and sort of.
In Idaho or somewhere like that.
Oh, the cardboard and stuff.
Yeah.
Like by the
Behind.
ballpark.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
That piece complex.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. You know the compost bin?
Yes.
Do you still do that?
Yes, we
So
do.
where are you funding that?
We only fund it every couple of years. We get a full shipment container.
Okay.
So we got a shipment container recently. And so we don't.
So people can get that for their homes.
For their
For their
homes.
yards.
For free.
And when, if somebody gets one, and over time it kind of deteriorates, or How long before they can get another?
Well, they generally last about 10 years, and so people don't request them another one that often.
Then they have to just go through whatever the training program is again.
Yeah, we have a video that they can watch on the web.
I would guess that a lot of people, after they go pick it up, they're all excited, and then they realize that it takes some effort. You gotta mix the compost, because not a lot, but I know I've seen these composting bins in the backyards of houses that
Not using them?
are currently not being used. But I have a composting question, because I got the unfortunate message a couple weeks ago that Compost Kaua is shutting down.
Oh, yeah.
And I am a very happy customer.
Yeah.
And there's 2 more pickups, and then there will be no more.
Yeah.
So, I know I didn't, when we had our pre-budget meeting with the mayor, I didn't bring it up this time, but I did the last budget. Do you see it as a possibility that we could somehow subsidize composting on Kauai? Because it is low-hanging fruit, I guess I should say. It's very low-hanging fruit. And you see what we subsidize a lot of recycling efforts, and I think composting, to me, makes the most sense. And not only, Compost Kauai, no sense, it's not a plug anymore because they're going to go out of business, but, every month I get my little thing about how much compost or how much compost I have in the bank that I can go get, and how many tons of trash I have, or pounds of trash I have diverted. And when you see that, it's like one little household with 2 people can divert that much. I just think we should do something as a county. And I don't know if it's too late with Compost Kauai or somehow get some money out to these companies that are doing it. It just makes sense to me. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, we were supporting Compost Kauai, and it's very unfortunate that they just couldn't make it. They wanted to do other things, and that's their prerogative. So this just came up before budget too. So, perhaps at some point it could be something, but we're focusing on a lot of other programs right now.
Yeah, I know, but when I look at these programs, I think one that every household could contribute. Every household, if they didn't have to pay $32 a month like we did with Compost Kauai, that's a lot of diversion. That's a lot of diversion from the land. What is our food waste or food in the waste stream study? What is the
About 10. Well, there's a waste characterization study that the state is funding right now, and they've done the first sort. They're doing it statewide on every island. But so the study, and we'll get the results. They're doing the second sort in April, so hopefully we'll get results in a few more months, and we'll know what it currently is. But the last study, it was 10% of the waste going into the landfill was food waste, which is actually lower than other municipalities. Kind of interesting, but 10% is 10%. The way we have been managing that is by giving out those home composting bins.
Yeah, but you'll never get me using that. I mean, and I think most people are lazy. Are you have one?
I used one for a long time. It fell apart on me.
Put him on the spot.
Mine works effortlessly, but it's probably because I'm in a wetter area. I mean, it just melts. It never fills up. It just is always gone.
I leave the cover off. I just throw stuff in there, and I never turn it. I never add water. I never add. I don't know if I follow that. And I guess maybe with the chicken's help and just disintegration, it disintegrates. It's never filled up.
Yeah.
And all I'm putting in there is vegetable peels. I mean, it's all natural stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's a lazy way to do it.
I eat some.
So it doesn't make compost, but it takes care of that.
That's how mine is.
It's still diversion.
It's not compost, but it is diversion.
Something's happening underneath.
I hate to, can I say something? I hate to, be the one to have to say this. But you guys better be checking those for CRB, because we've had multiple people, including staff members here with us, that have sent me pictures of CRB inside of their Darth Vader.
That's where they live. That's where they live.
So I'm a little worried that if you're not turning your compost and you're not checking your compost, Vice Chair, you might be breeding CRB in Honolulu.
It's just gone in there. You put it in there and it's just
It's
never
amazing how that works. It's like incineration. I definitely think, I got an email from your staff this morning about including netting when we give them out as a thing. I mean, if they're totally brand new and sealed, it does look like they're kind of not an ideal place, but this is another plug on why you should also have a CRB trap that's more attractive than your greenway or your food waste, because they're most attracted to palm, frond, rotting stuff. But it is a potential that if you don't have any other compost sites on your property or on adjacent properties, that you've actually got a breeding site going on there. So I would encourage people to keep an eye on that, and I'll get back to your team about the netting.
Councilmember Bulasan?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Chair said. We kind of missed the boat on that composting, supporting that process, and it's a bummer. But I wanted to pivot back to the vehicle pickup program. Is that the in conjunction with cars that are tagged as abandoned? Is that
No, it's separate. Yeah, this is for low-income folks who have cars on their own properties that they aren't able to tow away themselves.
Okay, so private property, private car that they can afford,
Residential.
that apply for the program. Does that full value get used every year, or is that always?
It didn't last year, and so we reduced it. We didn't have a lot of people applying for that.
Oh, that's great.
It was 120,000 last year, and it's reduced down to 25.
So is that reduction that much lower that people have been not using the? Because it feels like we actually have more cars.
Yeah, we reduced it down to approximately what we processed.
Follow up. Do you think it's because people just don't know that they can use it? Because there's like cars lying around in all kinds of yards I see.
Yeah,
They just don't know.
Well, we're gonna, once we fully staff with our recycling coordinator and whatnot, we're gonna work with our solid waste PIO and really push the program. Other things that we've seen while we were running the program, though, is a lot of people start the process because it's very easy. You go online, you submit the application, but then there's follow-up where we need pictures, we need coordination with them, and there's some work, and then that's usually where the drop-off is. So, but we'll continue to work with the residents that need the service.
I have one small question. What do we call the garbage cans? Carts? What do we call them?
Correct.
Carts? Garbage carts? Refuse carts?
Refuse carts.
Refuse carts? I still have my original one, and it's in really pretty good shape. So how many years has that been? Maybe 10?
Maybe 10, yeah.
So I do see some that get overloaded all the time, so they start to crack. If somebody's refuse cart breaks, do they just call and get another one?
Yes.
And so we just come out and deliver them another one?
Yes. Well, yes.
Within reason? So,
Within reason.
And so I don't see replacement carts
Yes,
on here. Did I miss that?
Yeah, it's under
On which
the
page?
collections. Yeah, and it's
Page 305, refuse carts and parts,
Okay.
other supplies.
Yeah.
Okay, so 110,000. So we give out about 110,000 carts a year.
No, that's the dollar amount, so sorry, I have that
Okay, I mean,
actual.
yeah.
So we're budgeting
$110,000
for a little more than 1,096 gallon carts. The contract still has an encumbrance for the 64 gallon carts that we need.
Okay.
So that, that is kind of aggressive because, like you said, people have had them for 10 years. Some of them are, the lifespan of those is about 10 years. So they're cracking not that they're overloaded, just because they're old. So we are having to replace them.
And how much do those cost?
They are, I think, $90 each, something like that.
Yeah, they're close to $100 each, including all the shipping and whatnot.
Well, 10 years of life is pretty good. Yeah.
Councilmember Bolosan?
So I'm just going to circle back to the pickup program. What's the threshold that qualifies for utilizing that program?
We were following the same one for Section 8 qualifications.
Thank you.
Any other questions on recycling? I guess I have a question. I kind of know the answer, but we always get asked about recycling pickup at houses. But I mean, for me, I feel like it'll cost a lot of money. We have to send our collectors back out for cans and paper or bottles or whatever else we are. Have we ever looked at trying to do curbside recycling?
Yeah, we did, and there was actually a council question on this, and we sent the answer. We posted it on our website. So recently we did do a study on the curbside collection program and building a materials recovery facility, because you need both. You need the materials recovery facility to sort the material. So there's detailed cost analysis on both of these things. So first of all, for the materials recovery facility, we do need a location and we need to build the infrastructure, and then for the collection, we need a whole new crew of collectors and trucks. And so when all is said and done, the estimated cost per year, and this includes amortizing the cost of the facility over a 20-year period, is $15.5 million a year. And then the amount of recycles, we're already getting a fair amount of diversion with our existing programs like the drop-ins, commercial recycling, and other things. This is just for the recyclables that you generate at home. With the set-out rate that's anticipated to be about 60%, because that's what they get in other communities, that's what they get on Oahu, and that's what we got when we did our pilot. The capture rate's about 60%, and so the net new amount of recyclables that we get would be about 2,000 tons a year, and that would be for that cost of $15.5 million, where in the meantime, we're disposing of about 92,000 tons into the landfill, so it would be about 2% new diversion for half of our entire budget. So it is very costly.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Can I follow up on that?
Councilmember Holland.
Just to follow up on the conversation around the Resource Recovery Center.
Yes.
It's my understanding after meeting with some of the people that are advocating for waste to energy incineration solutions, that the only way to actually exclude PFAS and microplastic from being pushed out of these things, because the filters don't actually take that out, that the only way to do that would be to have a resource recovery center anyway, to be able to take out the plastic, take out all the things that would actually create microplastics and PFAS into the atmosphere, and you end up with very little. So is that your understanding as well, that for the waste energy treatment of any kind, we would also need some sort of material resource recovery center?
Well, some of those proposals do include MRF at the front end. It's called the dirty MRF, where it's separating things, not clean recyclables. But yeah, some systems do have MRFs. I didn't know that. I hadn't heard that about the PFAS, though.
I mean, that's my understanding is that the filters don't take it out, and that you would have to come in collaboration with a resource facility anyway. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, this is our last department. We're at 2:50. I'm thinking we go till 3:30, try and get through some CIP. Councilmember Bulasan.
Yeah, I'm just going to reach around back to the vehicle program, just looking at more. If you guys can just consider looking at it and maybe potentially increasing that. I mean, not back to what you did last year. I just feel like if we can get the cars off before we got to go pick them up when it's abandoned, I feel like that would save us a lot of money in general. So the reduction, I can understand because of, we don't have personnel. I'm hoping that you guys are able to get personnel. But if we can look at that possibly on the budget, little more than 22,000, that would make me feel like we're trying.
Maybe that's something the PIO could also help get information out, and maybe, I think to Councilmember Bulason's point, we have a lot of complaints about the abandoned vehicles, and if we could catch them on the front end more, it'd be helpful.
Okay, any further questions? We started around 1:30. We'd actually take our break at 3:30. I'm thinking let's work to 3:30, see how far we get in CIP, and then we have all day tomorrow to finish CIP, but I don't think we should stay here till 4:30 working on CIP when we have all day tomorrow too. It's a plan.
Well, we could do CIP tomorrow.
All CIP tomorrow?
Okay, I mean, honestly, as I'm looking at this CIP list, there's a lot of questions that I don't think you probably make a little dent in it from now. If you are going to go to 3:30, I would say just come back to 4. If you're going to go to 4:30, then.
And the schedule says operating and CIP continue, but operating will be done.
We're done with operating.
just
We're not going back.
CIP.
It'll just be CIP.
Let's start with CIP at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Second.
I'm good with that.
Second.
That means more questions for you guys tomorrow. Nah. Okay.
Okay.
Where are we? Okay, so if there's no further questions, we completed operating. We'll be back tomorrow, just on CIP. So we'll reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, March 31st, 2026, where we will hear from CIP.
Now you guys can.